Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. My name is Preston Jacobs. And you guys aren't. You guys aren't Preston Jacobs. I mean, not likely. There's a few Preston Jacobs out there in the world. A dozen maybe. I mean, not too many. What's funny is that there was another in DC that actually worked for USAID that a friend of mine knew. He's like, I know another Preston Jacobs. Um, anyway, tonight, let's talk about the fandom's favorite fucking dropped plot. The favorite dropped plot of A Song of Ice and Fire is the Jon and Arya romance. Now, in case you guys don't know about the Jon and Arya romance, is in the original outline of A Game of Thrones, which was written. George R. R. Martin wrote 13 or 14 chapters, depending on the counts. George screws it up every once in a while, so we don't know if it's 13 or 14. But he writes 13 or so chapters of A Game of Thrones. Then he stops, does Doorways. Trey Carmon and I do a watch of Doorways, but Doorways takes 2 years of his life. Comes back, is ready to get back into writing A Game of Thrones. He sends an outline to his publisher about what his trilogy is going to be. And in the I just was laughing went to Baltimore last week because I heard great things about it from PJ. Almost got robbed. Of course you almost got robbed in Baltimore. What are you fucking thinking? It's Baltimore. So the original outline. In the original outline, Jon and Arya have a romance. Yes. It is a big part of the story, something that's supposed to go across the entire series. Of course, the series at this point is only 3 books. And everyone says, ew, isn't that gross? She's a little girl. Yes, she's a little girl, but keep in mind that George R. R. Martin's original plan was that the books would take many years. A Game of Thrones would span many years rather than 1 year. The second book would spend many years rather than, half a year, and so on. George tried to come up with a 5-year gap to deal with the fact that he was passing time too slowly, and then just trashed that too. So now Arya's a little girl. But originally she was supposed to grow up at least to her early teens. I mean, she's 9 at the beginning of A Game of Thrones. Say in the outline he started talking about how Sansa was going to get married and have a baby. And so we're talking like, and then choose the Lannisters over her own family. So he was probably hoping that A Game of Thrones would be at least a couple of years, maybe more. But the idea is that Arya would be probably around 11 or 12 when she starts having feelings for Jon Snow, and then the story would continue on, and maybe they'd be in their teens and 20s or something, but dealing with this romance. But let's get into this original story first of all, because it's kind of important. Business Insider has the best where you write something over. I'm losing my brain here. But let me bring this up really quick, because we want to do this because then we're going to map out where everything is and where the characters are supposed to be in the original outline. So, George R. R. Martin. This is important. Okay. Here are the first 13 chapters, 170 pages of the high fantasy novel I promised you. I'm calling it A Game of Thrones. When it's completed, it's the first volume in this epic trilogy. 3 books. By the way, he wanted each book to be 700 to 800 manuscript pages. So, like Game of Thrones is 1,000. He wanted it, so it was long, 200 to 300 pages long. A Clash of Kings is about 1,000, and then A Storm of Swords is 1,500. I mean, he's well beyond like what he thought he was doing. Anyway, here are the first 13 chapters. I don't outline my novels. Um, the first threat, and this is the important part because we don't really go beyond this very much. The first threat is the enmity of the great houses, Lannister and Stark, playing out. Okay, that's gonna be the first trilogy of Game of Thrones, which eventually becomes the all the way to A Storm of Swords. And then he has the second book and the third book. The second, greater takes shape across the narrow sea. The Dothraki horse lords mass their barbarian horde. And then the Dothraki invasion is the second volume. And then the greatest danger is the others. That's the third volume. But 5 central characters. This is will make it through all 3 volumes, growing from children to adults and changing the world and themselves in the process. In a sense, my trilogy is a generational saga telling the life stories of 5 characters. 3 men and 2 women. 5 characters are Tyrion, Dany, Arya, Bran, Jon Snow. I hope this is going to be epic in scale. Each book is going to be huge, 700, 800 manuscript pages. He's talking half the size of when he's talking about like Dance and Storm, you're talking about half the size of those books is what he wanted to have. So here's some stuff where it's familiar to you. There'll be Eddard Stark and his wife Catelyn are both doomed. They'll perish at the hands of their enemies. Ned will discover what happens when his friend Jon-Arya happens in an accident on the throne. Joffrey will be a minor and will not be sympathetic to Ned. He'll be accused of treason. And this is a little different. But before he is taken, he will help his wife and daughter Arya escape back to Winterfell. And so it's a bit weird when you actually read the first 13 chapters. Kat is in Winterfell, and then she all of a sudden has this illogical decision that she needs to go to King's Landing. So George kind of just decided, I need Kat in King's Landing now. Had her go. I've gone over it in my Going Over series. It makes very little sense, but Kat has to get down there because he wants Kat to escort Arya back north. Not the Night's Watch. Not Yoren. Kat and Arya are going to be heading back north to Winterfell. Sansa staying. So it's a little, there's a little difference. Then Sansa marries Joffrey, has a baby, Tyrion befriends Sansa and Arya. So that's a little weird as well, because that means Tyrion gets back to King's Landing, befriends Arya before Arya escapes, and then continues to be friends with Sansa, which he does become friends with Sansa in Clash and Storm. Young Bran will come out of his coma. When his father is executed, Bran, his Robb will go to war. He and Joffrey will fight each other. Robb is killed in battle against Joffrey, which makes you reinterpret that little duel they had at the beginning of Game of Thrones. And then Tyrion will besiege and burn Winterfell. So that means Tyrion, rather than doing that whole Green Fork and all of that, heads north, burns Winterfell. Jon Snow, bastard, remains in the north. He'll mature into a ranger and will succeed his uncle as commander of the Night's Watch. Keep in mind, in A Game of Thrones, the first 13 chapters, Benjen isn't missing yet. Benjen goes missing after this. So this is a later thing. So Benjen never goes missing. He becomes Lord Commander. I guess Jeor Mormont dies and Benjen becomes commander, and then Jon Snow becomes Lord Commander or something. When Winterfell burns, Catelyn Stark flees with Bran and his daughter Arya. So the burning of Winterfell is the thing that kicks Bran north, but Catelyn and Arya go with. And then, wounded by Lannister riders, they seek refuge at the Wall, but Jon Snow doesn't give them, because they're supposed to be neutral, Jon Snow sends them north. Estrangement between Jon and Bran. That's weird. Arya is more forgiving, and then she realizes that she's falling in love with Jon. So maybe she's going to be 11 or 12 at this point, Their passion will continue to torment Jon and Arya throughout the trilogy until the secret of Jon's parentage is revealed. So it sounds like Jon and Arya are always supposed to be in the same proximity through the trilogy originally. So Arya going to Braavos and doing all these things with faceless men, new kind of thing. The new, this is apparently it was originally just whatever, Syrio trains her and then she continues to train with other people until she goes north of the wall. Abandoned by the Night's Watch, Catelyn and her children find their only hope lies even further north beyond the wall. So they go up and fall into the hands of Mance Rayder, king beyond the wall. Dreadful glimpse of Inhumans as they attack the wildling encampments. Bran's magic, Arya's sword needle, and the savagery of direwolves help them to survive. But their mother, Catelyn, dies at the hands of the others. Dany, this is a whole different plot with Dany. We don't have to worry about it. Essentially, she's getting revenge on Viserys, and she finds the eggs outside of Winterfell. Or not outside of Face Dothrak. But she doesn't really like Drogo as much. She wants to get revenge. Tyrion will continue to travel, plot, and play the Game of Thrones, finally removing his nephew Joffrey in disgust. Jaime will follow Joffrey on the throne by killing everyone ahead of him in line. Keep in mind that in the first 13 chapters, there are very few references to Stannis and Renly, but there are plenty of references to Tommen and Myrcella. So I think what they're saying is that Jaime's killing his own kids in order to become king. Super villain. But he blames Tyrion for the murders. Exiled. Tyrion will change side. Now remember, we're saying exiled here. We all think that this is like Tyrion going across the narrow sea. No, he's getting exiled north of the wall because he makes common cause with the surviving Starks who are north of the wall. And he falls in love with Arya, and it's unreciprocated. And it'll lead to a rivalry between Jon Snow and Tyrion. Okay. Let's map that out real quick. Okay. This is bloop. Here's our thing here. So Jon Snow, it sounds like he goes to the wall and he doesn't help his family. So Catelyn thinks the dude's a dick. He goes to the wall and he's like, we can't take part. Oh, you are a dick. And Bran thinks he's a dick. Arya doesn't think he's so much of a dick. So we got our Arya character here. I think the important ones is that we've got Arya and we've got Cat and we've got, let's throw on some Bran. Let's throw on some Tyrion. And because the whole point, we're talking about a romance here, okay? So the original plot seems to be, let's put Mance even further north. Mance is mentioned very early in A Game of Thrones. So George always had a plan for Mance. All right, so Bran stays in Winterfell. Tyrion, I don't know where the fuck Tyrion is. Okay, let's see. We have Tyrion. Let's just assume that Tyrion does go north with Jon Snow. All right, so it all seems to be the first 13 chapters. Here is the setup. Okay. Arya heading south to King's Landing. I know she doesn't actually get there at the end of the 13 chapters, but she's on her way to King's Landing. So, the original plot, it seems Catelyn needs to get down there, and she does. And then she and Arya together go back to Winterfell. Tyrion makes it all the way back. Maybe I should have had Tyrion go back first because he befriends Arya. All right. So originally, let's start over again. Tyrion makes it down to King's Landing, befriends Arya. Arya and Cat escape back to Winterfell. Tyrion comes up, burns Winterfell. They go north to the Wall. Jon is like, dude, I can't help you. We're all neutral in the Night's Watch. So the Bran, Cat, and Arya end up with Mance Rayder, where Cat dies. Tyrion does a bunch of shit. Jaime gets upset with him, gets exiled. And so he gets exiled up with this group. And at some point in the next couple books or whatever, as Dany's invading and all this shit, there is more romance between Jon and Arya, but Tyrion is in love with her too. And so there's this love triangle between them. But the point is that all of these characters are kind of all stuck in the same place. And the romance between Jon and Arya and the three-way romance between Arya, Tyrion, and Jon is all there because they're all in the same fucking place. The entire story, the entire trilogy. They're not all in different places. So how does this fucking change? Okay, so clearly George has Cat go down to King's Landing, but she never meets Arya. She never meets Arya. And Tyrion, even though Tyrion has a jetpack, he has a fucking jetpack. He runs into Cat on the way back up. And rather than Cat bringing... That's the thing, is he has Cat leave early, and he has Tyrion run into each other and do their whole Vale adventure. So that's all instead of Cat bringing Arya north, right? And so, Jesus. Tyrion eventually, he just wars around a little. Cat then essentially gets stuck in the Riverlands. I mean, she does some shit. She talks to Stannis at Bitter Bridge and after the Vale, but for the most part, and goes to Moat Cailin and shit. But she's essentially stuck in the Riverlands. And while Tyrion and Arya miss each other, and what's interesting here is Arya also gets stuck in the Riverlands. So that's the big kind of difference between the interesting thing is that in George's original plot, Cat and Arya are together north of the Wall. And now the change is Cat and Arya are together kind of in the Riverlands. So he's changed the location. Now, Cat dies. Some people wonder if there was an idea of her being Lady Stoneheart from the beginning. I mean, she is killed by the others, so she could be resurrected by the others, rather than the Brotherhood without banners. Of course, Arya's wolf, Nymeria, also is involved in perhaps the resurrection of Cat. It's Nymeria that pulls Cat out of the river and tells her to wake up. The Brotherhood Without Banners' attachment to Catelyn is kind of out of fucking nowhere. So it might be a plot point that George was forcing. What a fucking remarkable coincidence that of all of the dead bodies in the whole fucking Riverlands, Beric Dondarrion happens to stumble into Catelyn Stark and gives a fuck and resurrects her, and then they all follow her for no goddamn reason. What a fucking remarkable coincidence. The Brotherhood Without Banners with Catelyn is very contrived. But it's interesting that it is all of these elements that Arya is staying close to Cat. The other fucking weird thing about it is that after it's pretty clear that Arya is not going to fucking make it north of the Wall, she's given a new romantic interest of Gendry. And we get the same creepy fucking Gendry Arya fucking stuff. It's the same fucking weird creepiness that we had with like the Jon-Arya needle scene, you know? And out of fucking nowhere again, like Gendry is following around Lady Stoneheart, meaning that like Arya, if that whole plot line comes back together, she is reuniting with this romantic interest of Gendry. And we know that in the show they become fuck buddies or whatever. So at least so it seems that the location has changed for the cat Arya stuff, but Jon Snow has been replaced with Gendry. And even though Arya has gone across the Narrow Sea, there are people that have asked George, like, is there a future kind of situation? Is Arya going to run into Gendry again? And George has said yes. So whatever romance situation between Arya and Jon Snow has been replaced with Gendry. But it's kind of similar. It's kind of all similar in the sense that like it's still attached to the death of her mother and that. Now, meanwhile, Jon Snow, we get no hint in the outline that Jon Snow is ever going to leave the Night's Watch or anything. But rather than it being Arya and Cat that go north of the Wall and meet Mance Rayder and get a hint of the others, it's Jon Snow and, in a sense, Sam, because it's, you know, he brings Sam along, and Sam is the one that really sees the others. But Jon Snow is the one that gets involved with Mance Rayder and has a romance, even though, and deals with the whole celibacy thing. Because again, this is the thing, is it says, abandoned by the Night's Watch. What does it say here? Yeah. Arya will be more forgiving until she realizes with terror that she has fallen in love with Jon, who is not only her half-brother, but a man of the Night's Watch sworn to celibacy. Her passion will continue to torment Jon and Arya throughout the trilogy until the secret of Jon's true parentage is finally revealed in the last book. So, Arya has been replaced with Ygritte at the same exact time that Jon Snow has been replaced with Gendry. And essentially, Kat's not killed by the others, but, you know, she's killed in the Red Wedding. Meanwhile, Robb is not killed by Joffrey, but killed at the Red Wedding. The Red Wedding has like they've merged this battle between being Robb and Joffrey and the others' attack on Cat, and created just, you know, this well, you're just all going to die at the Red Wedding. By the way, on a side note, when you actually think about it, if you were to actually, even though everybody loves Storm, I love Storm, but if you were actually to like talk to someone and say like, oh my God, how are you going to wrap up the War of the Five Kings? It's like, oh yeah, well, all of these battles are happening and we've got all these power players, and then they all just fucking get killed. They just all fucking get assassinated at once. Like Balon, Renly, the Red Wedding, Joffrey, they're all just fucking assassinated. Like, there's no battles. They don't die in battles. There's no alliances or anything. No, they just all fucking get assassinated. It's like, oh, sounds kind of lazy, but no, it turns out great. But anyway. So meanwhile, Tyrion, the exile north of the Wall, is shifted to an exile to Essos, where rather than using the Starks and teaming up with the Starks to kill his family, he has a desire to team up with Dany to kill his family. And if we go with the show, we have Tyrion falling in love with Daenerys, and Daenerys having a romance with Jon, and so there kind of being a rivalry between Tyrion and Jon. So the love triangle between Tyrion and Jon has been switched from Arya to Dany. Arya's romance situation has been switched to Gendry. Jon's romance situation has been switched to Ygritte, though, obviously Ygritte just dies so that he can have a new romance with Dany, is the idea. But you can kind of see it's all very similar. There's elements of it all. But yeah, that's where that is. But we can kind of see that there's a few things that do linger, like the rivalry between Jon and Tyrion lingers. The idea that there's some sort of romantic interest with Arya floating around her dead mom, is also around there. And then there's Jon questioning his Night's Watch vows and the celibacy aspect. All of those things are still kind of there, but they've split them and done them to different characters. Yeah. So that's the evolution of that. But it's what's funny is that it's still kind of creepy that Arya is still too young for a romance with Gendry, because George still just did not move the plot fast enough timeline wise and aging people. What do you think of the parallels of Kat and Jon? Injured fingers, protecting someone, cast honor for the girls, feeling like outsiders in Winterfell, resurrections. Jon might be the son Kat wanted. There are a lot of it's funny because really Kat and Jon are very similar characters, and they could have been friends had they not been in a certain situation. But it also depends on which Kat. I think early Kat is very, back when bastardy was a thing. You know how bastardy starts off as this really important thing in A Song of Ice and Fire, and then by the end you're like, who cares that anyone's a bastard? I cannot sit Jon Snow on the dais because Cersei is going to be offended at a bastard, and then it's actually Cersei has a bastard in her small council and does not give a fuck. These little things like that. Early Kat would definitely still be a little weirded out by Jon being a bastard, even though maybe not Kat by A Storm of Swords, because she's a very different character by then. But yeah, the fact that they care about women, and they were outsiders in Winterfell, and I think Kat maybe feels more of an outsider than Jon did. I think Jon feels like an outsider because of Kat, but maybe a little bit with his thing with Robb. You can't be Lord of Winterfell. Also this, I was thinking about this kind of thing, with the Brotherhood Without Banners, following on, Lady Stoneheart around, and Gendry being a servant of Lady Stoneheart. Would Jon be, if Lady Stone, this is a big if Lady Stoneheart were supposed to be north of the Wall, would Jon be following around Catelyn and things like that? It's very interesting. The tables are turned kind of situation that we never get with Jon and Kat in the original outline. Because the original outline was Kat treats Jon like shit. And then when the chips are down and they need help, Kat begs Jon Snow for help with the Night's Watch, and he's like, sorry, fuck around and find out, and sends him north of the Wall, apparently. It's a different kind of situation where Jon now is getting kind of revenge on Kat, which also makes, Bran angry at him. But yeah. But yeah, I think there's a lot of similarities between them, but they're also both protagonists, and so boring protagonists can have a lot of serious similarities, to each other. There's a lot of similarities between Brienne and Davos, two characters that only meet very briefly. Transcription. Yes, transcription. I don't outline my novels. Well, what he actually says is, I don't outline my This is the best part of his outline, is he says, he says, I don't outline my novels. I find if I know exactly where a book is going, I lose all interest in writing it. Well, there you go. Well, there you go. Trivia question. Last week you said that the show aged everyone up. Can you name the character the show aged up by 1 year and why? They aged, I think you mean down. They aged Theon down for some reason. I imagine the reason is that they wanted the friendship between Theon and Rob to seem more natural. But it may be wrong. But I know that I do know that every single character was aged up except for Theon, who was aged down. You know, Theon in the book is like 19, and they like age him down to like 16 or 17 or something, or maybe just to 18. But I know Theon is the answer for the one character that was aged down, but I don't know the exact reason. I imagine it's something so that his friendship with Rob seems more realistic. But it might be something else. But I'll see about this answer when it comes. Do you think the end of the Long Night will be a return to the Pact with the White Walkers and the Children of the Forest, or will only humanity survive? I like the idea that humanity is in the wrong for forgetting about the peace deal. I don't think I don't think it would be about returning humanity to the Pact. Like, I think George is saying that there's something fundamentally wrong about the Pact and like something needs to change. You know, like returning everything back to where it was and Circle of Life and Wheel of Time. Like, that's not exactly George's thing. Like, yes, he has things repeat, but he does like breaking everything and having a fundamental change. Like, if you kind of think of, I'm just thinking like if you take something like Fever Dream, like the characters in Fever Dream kind of fundamentally understand that, like, I mean, they get to the end that Abner Marsh understands that like slavery is wrong and we can't just go back to status quo. Like, we can't, like, slavery has to fucking end. Like, you know, he begins as like this on the fence, you know, guy who doesn't participate in slavery, but he doesn't want to rock the boat by ending things. And then at the end of the story, he's like, no, fucking slavery is wrong. And something has to be done. So I think it's the same kind of idea with the Pact. Like, you know, if the Pact is really about handing babies over to White Walkers, that's fundamentally fucking wrong, and we can't go back to that. You know, you've got to have some sort of you know, change here, some sort of improvement. You know, like if the whole thing is about the system being a bad system that keeps replicating, like feudalism, like, oh, we're just going to keep putting on kings that inherit the throne. Well, that's a fucking horrible system, you know? Like, I think if there's one thing that George really believes is that you can't just, that something being the way it is not justification for it being right. And you'll get in these arguments all the time with people, you know, they're like, well, that's the system we have. You know, like, or that's the way it's always been. Like, you'll hear these arguments, and there's no moral backing to it. Like, something existing is not justification for it being moral. So I don't think that I mean, I like the idea that humanity is partially in the wrong and the White Walkers are partially in the wrong and it's complicated, but I don't think that George would ever take it back to status quo. Anyway, thoughts on Stephen King's The Stand? Stephen King. First of all, I believe Stephen King is a fucking fantastic writer. He's very different from George R. R. Martin. Very, very different from George R. R. Martin. And when I say he's a fantastic writer, I mean that guy can write a page-turner book where somebody can read 1,000 pages really fast. Like you could sit on a beach and just burn through a Stephen King book, and it's very comprehensible. And you don't have to go back. You don't have to be like, wait, what was that? Did I miss something? No, like he tells a story and you're able to easily digest the story. And he just churns it out. Like how he can fucking do that. He just churns it out. He's a master at that. He's a master at making things seem creepy. He's a master at suspense and building and pacing. Stephen King's big weakness, in my opinion, is he sucks at endings. I don't think he's very good at endings at all. When I think of like even his great books, they all end way too. He introduces all of these plot threads and then he doesn't know what to do and he just fucking like cuts it off, like done. And I think The Stand is the primary example of that, where he has this incredible fucking story. It's going along, and then just God fucking comes in and nukes everyone, and you're like, oh, really? God just nukes everybody. You know, it's like I love The Dark Tower, but when you're like, you know, I don't know if you guys remember the Dark Tower, but the main villain of the whole story that you're building up to, which started out as like many villains, and then he didn't know what to do with the fact that he had many villains, so he just kind of made them all the same guy, and the guy just like gets killed by a spider, like, and then he's dead, and you're like, that was the fucking villain. Like he has no, you know, he doesn't even go up against Roland, he just fucking dies. Like, so Stephen King just he creates these mammoth books and then he's just like, okay, time to fucking end it. And everybody just fucking dies. God literally comes in. It's literally, you know, an ex machina situation. Like famously the worst way you can end a story. And Stephen King is like, you know what? I'm going to fucking end my story that way. Like, really? The literal hand of God is going to blow everybody up? Oh, well. Podrick Payne is Azor Ahai reborn. Any evidence? I'm trying to think about that one. Does he have any salt? Does he have any smoke? Is he tempering anything? Has he stuck his sword at anything? God. Podrick Payne. So I don't think Podrick Payne really becomes like anything until the Brienne story. Like they needed a character for Brienne to care about, you know. So they needed a character for her to kind of realize that Lady Stoneheart is fucked up. And so you kind of needed this innocent character. And he's like, well, I got this Podrick Payne sitting around doing nothing. Since he was following around Tyrion in the previous book. So yeah, why not? I'll throw Podrick Payne in there. Could have been anybody. They could have chosen anybody to follow around Brienne. So they had Podrick Payne. You know, she just had Podrick Payne. Be it. But it could have honestly been anybody. She could have met a random squire on the road or a random small folk boy on the road. It doesn't matter. But like, is there any like Azor Ahai, like trying to come up with something? The problem is he doesn't really even go through that many trials. Like he just follows around Tyrion, disappears once Tyrion gets arrested, Um, gets attacked by some brave companions. You know, gets almost hanged by the Brotherhood Without Banners. I can't come up with much. Small Salt and Stone, Jade Compendium. What's this? Does he even have a? What, does he have a sword? Does he have a famous sword at all? Is he gonna? He's gonna grab Oathkeeper at some point, and that's gonna be his Lightbringer. I wish, man. Yeah, interesting that Tywin is never mentioned in the letter. Yeah, no, it's true that, I mean, what's funny is that even Cersei, no role, but it's just Jaime is just the prime villain. Killing his own kids and becoming king and being the big thing. But any chance of the Dreams of Ghost and Indian book club? You announce which chapter we read it, then maybe discussion on stream about the chapter. I know on Discord there's a Dreams of Ghost and Indians book club that they're starting right now. If you want to be part of that, the problem is like if I maybe sometime in the future, but I think at this point, like, it's still like people to like get the book and read it without being spoiled by it. And things like that. But yeah, I think, maybe sometime in the future I can talk about Dreams of Ghosts and Indians in more detail. But let's give it some time. But I know that there is currently a book club on Discord in Carmine's server on where they're reading Dreams and Ghosts and Indians together. I know you think Stannis' arrogance should be punished, but please don't follow George's troops over making a story that makes sense. If Stannis beating both Boltons just makes sense, then do it. Yeah, I'm trying to make sense of what to do with that situation right now. I think about it probably every day. Like, what would Stannis do next? Because even if you say, like, okay, let's say Stannis like storms into Winterfell in some secret fashion, takes it gloriously, okay, then okay, well, where's Mance Rayder? Is he hiding in the crypts? And then like, what would Stannis do if he had Mance Rayder in his possession? And then what do you do with the wildlings that would be probably going down the King's Road? Because like, after the mutiny at the Wall, even some group of wildlings is going to hear that Mance Rayder is alive and head south. Even if everybody in the Shield Hall dies, the rumor is out that Mance Rayder is alive. Some group of wildlings, Longspear Rick is just a castle over. Longspear Rick is going to get somebody, and he's going to be heading south to find Mance. So now, like, what do you do when Stannis runs into the wildlings? And who's going to want to run into the wildlings? And so it's just one of these things where it's like you've got a lot of moving parts, and you try to figure out like what would be logical and what would make a good story. Say Stannis won at Winterfell, would he march back up to the Wall, and would he run into the wildlings like on the way, or would he say, "Fuck it, I'm marching south to take the Iron Throne"? Like, fuck the Wall and the others. I don't care about that. I care about the Iron Throne. Maybe he would start marching south. Or maybe one of the things I've been playing with is like, okay, he now finds out that Manderley and all that army is with him. Why does he need to waste his fucking time in Winterfell? Just start marching south and leave Winterfell. Like just be like, you know what? Let Roose Bolton and Ramsay freeze. I am just going to march my army south and say fuck them. Like, who cares? Who fucking cares? Like, because that's also Stannis' personality. Like, why should I care about the others? I need to take the Iron Throne. And he would just like fuck off and head south. There's so many little things that I've like thought about on like which way the story could go. And then it's like, okay, how would Ramsay? Because logically speaking, if I'm Stannis, I'm not even taking Winterfell. I'm immediately going to Castle Serwyn, like, and recovering there as more Manderly forces like come up the White Knife, and then from there I would plan something to do with Winterfell. But then at that point, like, why would I attack Winterfell? Let them starve. Surround them and let them all starve. But then there's the question of like, well, what do I do with fucking Roose Bolton and the wildling army that's heading down the King's Road? The other thing is like, who's going to observe all of this? Like, if it's Theon, I've got to get the fuck out of there. I'm trading him for hostages, to get Glover hostages or something, or I'm sending him to the Dreadfort to get that. Theon's not observing any of this. So that leaves Asha. But it's like, they just had a battle. Would you want Asha to be observing another battle? Why would he take her into another battle? Like, before, he at least had an excuse, like, we're all trapped in this village. But why would he take her into Winterfell for her to observe it all? So that's the other thing, is like, who's the fucking POV on this? Bran as like a raven floating around in the sky? Like, it's really hard. It's like, and I think it's one of the things that like George probably doesn't know what to do with, because like talking through it, I'm just like, who is the POV? How is Stannis going to very cleverly kill the Boltons, or how are the Boltons going to very cleverly kill Stannis? And if that happens, how do you keep Asha alive? And what about Mance Rayder and things like that? Does Ramsay capture Asha? Like, fuck, like, maybe. That's fucking crazy. So I don't know. We'll see how it goes. I think Rogue and Biter draw too much attention and are too wantonly violent to be faceless men themselves. More like they're just Jaqen's lackeys. Yeah, I wish anything about Rogue and Biter made sense. So my problem with Rogue and Biter, okay, you've got Biter, who is a feral human being with sharpened teeth that might as well be a fucking gorilla with rabies. Like, it's just like he and then you've got Rourke, who is such a horrible human being that he thinks that like chewing breasts off women and things like this is like fun. So say you are someone in this world that readily executes and hangs anyone. Okay. Why would you be keeping Rourke and Biter alive? Why would anyone in this world keep Rourke and Biter alive? Why wouldn't they like immediately be killed? Why wouldn't they immediately be executed? Like, these two motherfuckers, like, they are disgusting human beings. You can talk to them for 60 seconds and realize that they're disgusting human beings. Why would anyone imprison them rather than executing them immediately in this world? And say they are, but say you did imprison them, why would anyone think that they could be part of the Night's Watch? Like imagine them making it to the Wall, and then you release them, and Alistair Thorne is sitting there trying to train them, and he'd realize in like 5 seconds that they need to be fucking executed immediately. They would, like, Rourke would just start would just start like eating Sam Tarly, and you'd be like, and Rourke would be like, how funny. And Jorah Mormont would be like, oh my God, these people need to be killed immediately. So my problem with Rourke and Biter is that they're just such unrealistic characters in the first place that need to be that should not be alive at all, because this is a world that executes people on the spot for everything. Like, why would anyone imprison these guys and then think that they can be part of the Night's Watch? Like, what are we gonna do? Make them stewards? Like, what? We're gonna make them rangers? You make them like what? Force them to be builders? Like, it just doesn't make any sense at all. It doesn't make any sense at all. So I don't know how Jaqen made them lackeys. Like, I don't know how he controlled them. I don't know why they're scared of him. These are men that fear nothing, but they're scared of Jaqen for some reason. So I don't know. I wish they made sense. Do I think that when George wrote A Clash of Kings, he was thinking about them being faceless men? I don't know. I mean, coincidentally, they are black and white, like the House of Black and White. I think maybe later George might have thought about retconning it, because now Biter's face is very much like putty and weird. So maybe George thought about them being faceless men in retrospect. But man, I just don't think they make sense as characters, period. So, I mean, you're absolutely right that they do draw way too much attention to themselves for faceless men. Yes, but they also don't make sense as anything else, as anything. Bam, bam, bam. Oh, the wall makes more sense as a synthetic organism hive mind that has grown in height over time rather than a structure that was built. That all makes sense. I was actually like doing I was working on piecing together the Mel fanfic chapter, and I wanted to like hint at what the wall is. And what did I write yesterday? And the magic lingered beneath the ice, deep within the earth were great spells she knew. There must be instruments of iron and oil and flame, crafted by wizards of old. How else could that ice endure, upright and smooth for thousands of years? The sheer power to do so. Something like this, I mean, keep in mind, it's rough, like this kind of stuff changes. But this idea that, like, what would Mel think when she saw it? As a woman who participates in magic, but also participates in a lot of things that are faking magic, and so she's understanding science to some degree. Would she think that there's instruments of iron and oil and flame, like keeping? What I'm saying is that, like, is there a very large refrigeration unit underneath the wall that keeps it going? But you are right that, like, an organism of some sort that heals itself back to its original structure does fit the bill as well. Like, is it other technology? Like, the others are like crystalline and all of that. Like, is it other technology? But they are, like, I imagine that when they use regular ice for whatever reasons, like cooling down their drinks, they must consume the ice, right? Like, is somebody, so if would they be eating a piece of the synthetic organism? I mean, I do like that idea. It's why everything's sealing back and healing as if it's some big organism, some ice organism. What do you think of the idea that Benjen is now a creature akin to Cold Hands and in the service of Bloodraven? If so, what mission do you think he is on at the current timeline of the story? Yeah, I mean, I've spent way too much time thinking about Benjen. Obviously, I think George mystery boxed him and didn't know what to do with him. I mean, we know he's specifically not Cold Hands because of the Cushing Library notes, where his editor asks if Cold Hands is Benjen, and he says no. But the like, what is Benjen doing then? Like, I mean, because you got to think like, okay, well, who's north of the wall and who's doing stuff? Okay, so we got Craster's Keep. There's still a handful of mutineers there. We've got Bran and Bloodraven, but they've been through the tunnels and there doesn't seem to be any Benjen there. We've got a few stray wildlings here and there. Mother Mole's big group, the Weeper's big group. Stone Snake is still running around. We got six rangers, Alistair Thorne and Dywyn and stuff like that. But after that, you're like, there's most of those characters are just kind of wandering, right? Like Stone Snake was just wandering, so we don't know where he is. The Rangers are just wandering. Mother Mole is hiding. The Weeper is waiting. The others doing other shit. I don't know what the others are doing. Attacking Hardhome. But like, what would Benjen be doing anywhere? Like, it's like, I almost feel like you need to invent an entire new thing that's happening north of the wall that would explain what the fuck Benjen is doing. Because why would the others be keeping him alive if he's alive? I imagine. Does Benjen go? Does Benjen go with other characters? He must be given a team of people to look for. Let me check this again. He sends Benjen with 6 rangers to find Sir Waymar Royce. Okay. Othor and Jaffer Flowers are found. So there's still, Benjen is with 4 other rangers. So there's 5 of them out there somewhere. But that's it. What to do with these 5 dudes? That's the other thing is, okay, say even if you were going to accept that Benjen is Cold Hands, where are the other dudes? Where are the other dudes, right? Like, where are the other 4 dudes? I almost feel like, you have to invent something completely different that they're fucking up to explain it all. Like another group of children of the forest, maybe they found another group of the children of the forest. Maybe maybe there's rival factions of children. Maybe they are on the frozen shore dealing with ships, and maybe they're dealing with some other wildling faction like the Fens or something. It's just at this point, it's just like nothing seems likely. Like you don't think Benjen and the group would be at Hardhome. You don't think Benjen. We kind of know they're not with Bran and Bloodraven. They're not with the Weeper. They're not with the Mother Mole. So it's like, are they with the others? What are they doing with the others? What are they doing? So I don't know. I mean, the fact that like 2 of his group are used to advance Jon Snow does kind of make you think that they're involved in the Blood-Raven children. But then where are the rest of the guys? I don't know. These are these good, somebody needs a good idea on where Benjen is. But I think maybe something else, like there's some other entity north of the wall, some other group north of the wall that we have not been introduced to. Since Denny's story with the Sons of the Harpy was a clumsy metaphor for the Iraq War insurgencies, how would you have her story develop to give us another clumsy metaphor for the Iran stuff? Oh, God. I mean, how to explain Iran? I mean, in the simplest sense, like Iran is a country that, because, I mean, the story of nuclear proliferation is, for the most part, one country getting it and then everybody else feeling like they need to get it, right? So the United States gets it, so the Soviet Union gets it. Soviet Union gets it, so China gets it. China gets it, so India gets it. Pakistan gets it because India gets it, right? And you get this like loop. That's the simple story of it. And then there's the other parties. Brazil and Argentina pursued nuclear weapons for a while because of their rivalry. Through diplomacy, the United States convinced them to stop. South Africa had a bomb and were convinced to get rid of them. Ex-Soviet states like Kazakhstan and Ukraine had bombs, and we convinced them to get rid of them through something called the Nunn-Lugar program. I'm sure Ukraine is regretting that decision now. And obviously Israel has bombs because they feel threatened by the Arab states around them, but because they now have it, Iran now wants them because Israel has it. So Iran wants a nuclear weapons. So Obama made an agreement saying, okay, we're going to essentially allow you to sell oil and pursue some nuclear energy, but not have centrifuges, because centrifuges produce plutonium. And we will have inspectors and things like that. He gets this entire great agreement. Iran stops producing nuclear weapons. Trump comes in, tears up the agreements. And of course, then Iran starts pursuing nuclear weapons. And then, Trump tries to bomb them away, but it's very hard to bomb away bunkers underground. So, I mean, I guess let's see, I'm trying to think of a clumsy metaphor for Danny to explain like a situation where we had an agreement and then it was ripped up for no goddamn reason at all, for no good reason at all, and thus a it would have to be like they had a great agreement with Karth, and then for some reason, for no reason, Dario is just like, nope, agreement is like null and void. And you're like, why? So like, why is it null and void? Because I'm Dario and I am unpredictable. And they're like, okay, well, I guess we're gonna go to war with Karth but we have to choose someplace other than Karth, because Karth is actually at war for logical reasons. So let's choose Lung. They're just like, well, we had this agreement with Lung for trade. I've ripped it up for no reason. We're at war. It would have to be something like that. It would have to be like you had a perfectly good agreement that was ripped up for no goddamn good reason. Oh man. I mean, you're right. I mean, down. Okay. Yeah. I missed the on. Also, the 8th Lady Frey is 16 in the book, 15 in the show to make Walder Frey even creepier. Oh, I see. Oh yeah. I totally forgot about yeah, his Farman, is that his, I forget, his eighth lady Frey. Um it's like a, it's a minor house. Aaronford. And I used Aaronford in the fucking fanfic too. House Aaronford. The with the herons. Yes. House Aaronford. But good trivia, good trivia. But yeah, for some reason Theon was aged down. But yeah, oh, just to make Walder Frey look creepier. As if the whole, as if everything's not creepy in the story. Um Misery has a good ending. I mean, I think there are some. I mean, I don't think that Stephen King is misses every time. I think that, there's definitely some good stories for Stephen King. I'm just trying to remember like some of the big ones. Shining, Misery, Cujo, Carrie. I think Carrie's. I mean, even though Carrie is mostly a big fucking blitz, I think Carrie has a fucking incredible ending. Um, it does finish very fast. Pet Cemetery. Pets. I mean, I guess. There's. Man, there's so many though. Man, what a fucking. I mean, what a national treasure though Stephen King is. How could the guy write so many fucking books? Um, oh, you mean Mordred? Here's the like. I think in the in the Dark Tower series, Mordred and Walder, is it Walter Walder, and Flag are all different characters, and then all of a sudden they become the same fucking character. They all just become Flag, um, which is weird. Because I like read Wizard and Glass and was like figuring out their history and be like, okay, I'm trying to piece together like the history of Roland's family and what happened with his mom and shit like that, and then in the end, it doesn't make any sense. There was salt and smoke at the Blackwater when he killed Mandan Moore. Okay, so Mandan Moore is like the first stabbing for his um yeah, there's lots of salt and smoke at the Blackwater. But that's the first for um because he shoves his stuff into water and then a lion. Okay. He tempers it in water, and then he tempers it in a lion, and then he tempers it in his wife Nisa Nisa. Um, so you could argue, I mean, very loosely that Mandan Moore, because he's Kingsguard for Joffrey, he's a lion. I mean, it's stretching it. I get it, but like, and maybe you could argue that like his Nisa Nisa is like Lady Stoneheart, like he's gonna stab Lady Stoneheart in the end. Um, but then I'm trying to think of him like tempering something in water, or maybe Mandan Moore's in the water. Um, so he's in the water. Stephen King has the power of cocaine on his side. That's true. That's true. Will Tyrion cure dysentery in Slaver's Bay? You are reading my mind. But yes, because Tyrion has experience with the sewers in Casterly Rock, I am bringing in the fanfic. He is going to fix the sewers in Marine. Now, do I think George has any has thought of that? I don't know. Probably not, but or if he has time for that. But I think that's a clever way to like make him useful. Like have him rise. See, in the fanfic, the idea is that he's going to make himself useful to Skahaz and like rise because of his ability to run sewers, you know. And so, but I don't know if that like George had that idea. But he certainly. But it's just like it's just like one of these pieces that just kind of represent. Any thoughts on Stannis dying by suicide? It would be very in character for him to punish himself for a crime he commits for the good of the realm. Oh my. Oh my. I mean, it's look, that's a very interesting idea. And one that people would be like, oh my God, where that's fucking crazy. Especially if it like came out of nowhere. So you know how you guys familiar with like the Cal Penn character on House? And so Cal Penn got a job in the Obama administration. And so he quit House as an actor. And so they needed to write off the character. And so they're like, okay, well, we're just kind of the character commits suicide out of the fucking blue. Okay. And then it kind of like in story, it's like, well, you know, there's a lot of people that commit suicide and there's just like no warning signs. And, you know, we should all like be on the lookout for like, you know, like friends and family like that, you know, because sometimes you just don't fucking know. And they played it like that. And it's like, well, yeah. Had that been your plan from the beginning, I would have been like, okay, I accept that. But I know it wasn't. Like, I know it wasn't your fucking plan. I know you just were fucking writing and you needed him to fucking die. And that was your way of doing it. So, I mean, there's kind of this like idea of like, what if just randomly, like out of fucking nowhere, Stannis kills himself, like for no reason. He's just depressed. Like he's just, and you'd be like, oh my God, like didn't see that one fucking coming. But as for like him punishing himself for crime, for the good of the realm, here's the thing: is I think in Davos's mind, that's who Stannis is. But I don't think there's really any evidence that Stannis, when you actually look at his actions, that Stannis is this guy who's so obsessed with like justice. I know that those are words out of Stannis's mouth, and that's what Davos believes. But the Stannis that we've seen, and we have other people like saying, "Oh, Stannis will break before he bends, and he's so rigid, and he's made of iron." And the Stannis we've seen on screen will do fucking anything to get what he wants. He is closer, in my opinion, to Littlefinger than anything else. Stannis has no like moral code. He will just fucking do anything. He doesn't believe in the Red God, but he sees Melisandre as advantageous for himself. You know, so he takes her in. He lets her execute all sorts of people that don't need to be executed. You know, he then gets to the wall, and Mance Rayder, he then tricks everybody. He has Mance Rayder, he pretends to have Mance Rayder look like Rattleshirt, and then, you know, and Rattleshirt look like Mance Rayder, and then executes Rattleshirt and keeps Mance Rayder alive because he wants to use Mance Rayder. You know, he's all these like wheelings and dealings and things like that. Like he doesn't, he then like goes in and he uses all of these, you know, Northern clansmen because they all kind of want to save Ned's girl and things like that. And even when he gets like Jane Poole, it's probably pretty clear that he knows that this isn't fucking Arya, but he just doesn't fucking care. He's gonna fucking use those Northerners anyway. Um, he does not like. I don't buy the whole justice thing, that he has these principles of like justice. Now, maybe that's what George was thinking, and he just didn't actually put it on page. But the Stannis that I see action wise is a guy who will do anything and who will make deals and will betray all of his principles, and who is a very different character depending on who's looking at him. Like you look at Stannis from from Crescent's perspective, from Davos's perspective, from Jon's perspective, from Asha's perspective, and Theon's perspective. He's a very different character. And so do I think he's the type of person to commit suicide? No. I don't think he cares about the good of the realm. I don't think he cares about justice. I don't think he cares about any of that. I think he just wants to be fucking king. Like that's it. Based on his actions. That's my opinion. I'm sure a lot of people would disagree with that. I think some people really do think that he's a just character and that he's got some sort of code. I don't. You know, maybe you can all fight me, but I think that Stannis is a slippery, tricky character who is closer to Littlefinger or Varys than anybody else. The Faceless Men are a extremely messy concept. I don't know how you reconcile Jaqen H'ghar in A Clash of Kings with his fucking death pays for life, 3 things, 3 deaths kind of thing with anything that Arya runs into in A Feast for Crows. Like the others have built the wall and men stole credit. That is interesting. That is if the other way, right? That the others are actually building a wall to keep humans out, and they somehow push the wildlings north of it. The problem is that the others actually seem to be like, you know, working with Craster and things like that, but the others are actually trying to keep the humans out. And they let the humans build all of these castles on one side. I mean, if the others built the wall, shouldn't the forts be on the other side? Right? Like that's the idea. And you could say, well, how do you know that the forts weren't built after? Well, we have the Black Gate. Like you kind of know that the Black Gate is associated with the Night's Watch. So that the Night's Watch has clearly always been manning the wall from the beginning, or at least as old as the Black Gate is. And that's on the south side. So it does seem to be a human creation. I mean, maybe it was built in concert, but with the others or the children. But the Black Gate and the forts being on the south side really point to it being humans. Warner Brother adapts the Armageddon Rag as a Sinners sequel. Thoughts? I have not seen Sinners. Let me see here. Let me read the synopsis really quick. The main characters are called Smoke and Stack. Okay. Oh, the blue. Oh, okay. Okay. Now I'm seeing it here. Blues music is supernatural. Okay. He turns them into vampires, eh? Okay. This is sounding a lot very George R. R. Martin here. Okay. Um, Vampires. Musical skills to summon spirits to his lost community. Okay. It's all right. That's I mean, having read this synopsis, I I do think it's quite a big coincidence that George R. R. Martin's George R. R. Martin has two full length novels that he wrote before A Song of Ice and Fire. He has Fever Dream, um, a story about racism and vampires, and he has the Armageddon Rag, like a story about music and music being the manifestation of human ghosts. And the fact that like both of those are in this fucking movie is really fucking weird. That both of those plots are in Sinners. Now I have to fucking see this. Like, why not just like make Armageddon Rag and Fever Dream and like combine the stories and then make it Sinners too? Um, fuck. Now I've got a. Oh my god. Michael B. Jordan plays both twins, Smoke and Stack. Oh jeez. This seems like a quite a movie. I mean, everybody says it's good. I guess I should fucking see it. But man, all right, I'm gonna have to fucking watch Sinners and then get back to you on this whole idea. But it's amazing to me that racism and vampires and music being a manifestation of ghosts, like are both in the same fucking all in the same fucking movie. Who wrote this shit? Who wrote it? Oh, it's written by Ryan Coogler. All right. All right, Ryan Coogler. The wall has the characteristics more closely represented by a glacier. So my problem with the glacier is that the thing is like and this is kind of discussed in the prologue of the fanfic, but like glaciers melt and refreeze and move because they're like melting and refreezing and things like this. And so like the wall would melt and refreeze. Like it would sublimate and like rain and snow would fall on top of it and would compact, but it wouldn't stay upright in a 700-foot wall. It would slowly over time like start getting wider at the bottom and flatten out into what looks like an actual glacier, and then you just have this really fucking long glacier. But there's no way that the wall would be upright for thousands of years in the formation because ice sublimates. But it would be cool if Alistair Thorne helped Bran on his trek to the wall. We've got Alistair Thorne he's coming back in the fanfic, man. You just wait. You just wait. Benjen crossed over, joined the castaways of Lost. What's my favorite island? Jeez. I mean, Lombok? Lombok is a fucking great island. I'll tell you that. I'll tell you that. Moving abroad frequently, can you share logistical tips? What to buy, resell, what's worth shipping and how, what not to buy, what's good, bad, ugly? For the most part, and this goes for domestic stuff too. Like if you're someone that moves, like you don't need most of your shit, man. Like this is what's really weird about I've discovered about like stuff, right? So when you're in the foreign service, you they ship your stuff to the foreign country, and so they give us two shipments. There's a like an air shipment that's much smaller and then there's like a larger household effects shipment. And so having done the move several times, generally speaking, like the stuff you put in your luggage is the stuff that you need immediately and you can't do without. So usually a small subset of clothes, your computers and stuff, and then toothbrush. Like it's really simple stuff at that point. You start saying, well, what like a basic set of clothes and your and and then there's like you can start thinking of a few like essential kitchen items, like maybe one like pan that you really like, or something like that. But for the most part, you realize like, fuck, like immediately now I don't need that much stuff. So then you start saying, okay, well, what goes into the air shipment? And you kind of put a lot of your kitchen stuff, you put your pans and shit, the stuff you like. And then the rest of your clothes goes in that. And then you start thinking about like the heavy shipments, and it's like, okay, chairs, maybe your bed, like things like that we have like shipped out, like, but what's really funny about that is that when you move for in the foreign service, you have about a month before the air shipment arrives. And for the most part, you do okay. They have like a welcome kit with some basic stuff in there, like an iron and bottle openers and some plates and glasses and shit, some towels, real everyday stuff. And so when you arrive, you're like, okay, yeah, it would be nice to have like the rest of my clothes, but you're kind of fine, and then you're kind of living, and then you realize like, oh shit, my other stuff has arrived. And it's like the pictures for the wall and like some chairs, a bed. And you're like, oh, right, I totally forgot I had this. Like it's decorations and stuff like that. And you realize that like, yeah, there's stuff that, yeah, decorations and furniture and shit, it's nice and all, but for the most part, you don't need that much stuff. Like you realize that like you're sometimes living months without your stuff and everything's fine. Like you're doing fine. And you're like, oh, and then all your stuff arrives and you're like, huh, okay. A lot of times you leave it in like a closet or something. You don't even unpack it. And you're like, oh my God, I just have all the shit. I don't even need it. So, yeah, not that much is actually needed. I would now when you're coming back from abroad, that's when you like, if you're shipping, like there's some things abroad that are a lot cheaper than America or you're in the UK. Like having all of your pictures framed is so much cheaper outside of like a developing country, or like having finding furniture is so much cheaper, like woodwork and stuff like that. Like, but for the most part, bring nothing. Like honestly, go to a new country, bring nothing. Bring your clothes, bring your computers, and that's about it. Like you don't need the shit, and you can find most shit out there anyway. Like it's besides like some special foods and things like that, you're gonna be fine. I don't know. Like that's the thing. It's just don't worry about it. I mean, if you can, like, okay, I will argue that yeah, there's some. Depending on the country, sometimes you can't find a good bed. You can't. So maybe if you're worried about finding a good bed, yeah, ship your bed out. If it's not too expensive to do that, bring your computer on the plane. But for the most part, you can get everything everywhere, and you'll find that when you get rid of your stuff, you don't really need your stuff, man, you know. Oh, Nick Hodges from History Buff recently celebrated his 10-year channel anniversary. Nick Hodges, good guy. Would PJ do something for his? Also, how did he know that Nick long bottomed and is hot now? He did have a good picture, didn't he? I don't know. Nick Hodges. I've only talked to him a couple times. Carmine knows him a lot better, but he's a surprising guy. You think he's this like nerdy history buff, but you know, history guy. He's got a wild side, man. You don't know. He's working out. He's doing all sorts of stuff. You know, you know nothing about these people's wild lives, these wild, crazy lives. You know. My favorite book is the first third of The Stand. Mandenmore drowns. No, I think he gets stabbed in the back by Potter Payne. Stephen King fumbles his endings 90% of the time. Yeah. I don't get Preston's love for the shave paint. That's the thing, is I hate the shave paint. The shave paint is a piece of shit, but he's Slaver's Bay's Littlefinger, so you're gonna keep him around for a little bit. It also just like it's kind of like where logically the story goes, like, you know. I mean, yeah, I mean, the idea is that Quentin is getting the fuck out of town fast. Um, um, Shave Pate's the best character in Essos aside from the Westerosi, of course. I mean, Strong Belwas? Is Strong Belwas the best character? If only Strong Belwas were consistent. But as Trey the Explainer came up with the theory that after Jorah hit him on the head with that plate, he got brain damaged. And so Strong Belwas becomes dumber. But the Shave Pate is the most interesting and scheming, though. I'm a big fan. I really love Reznak. I really love Reznak Moresnak, and I don't know why. I mean, I like Hizdar too. I think Hizdar is a really practical, great guy. You know. Crazy how little of DOTD is in the main series. No Vizzy 1, Daemon, Corlys, How Strong, just to name a few. Fire and Blood is so bizarre in A Song of Ice and Fire content. Oh, crazy how little House of the Dragon is in the main series. It's there's definitely some weird things about the period from House of the Dragon and it's you know, and the main story today. Like, obviously some of it's mystery boxed and like George doesn't want to reveal it. So for instance, like the importance of House Hightower is probably the most glaring one. Like, House Hightower is a major fucking house, as powerful as the Tyrells. And so they should be major players, but they're somehow just like, we mean, hints here and there, but like clearly George doesn't want to reveal like what the Hightower secrets, because he's mystery boxed it. I think like, and then, you know, like all these other characters like Daemon and Corlys, like they just weren't invented yet. And they weren't invented until way late. And so there's just not that much chance to mention them, because George hadn't invented them in his head. And like what the Dance of the Dragons was about. I mean, keep in mind, remember, like George just retconned the Dance of the Dragons many times. It starts out, if you're going for the appendix of a Game of Thrones, it starts out as a battle between the full-blooded siblings, Rhaenyra and Aegon, who are only a year apart in age. The only issue was gender. It was just that Rhaenyra was the woman, and Viserys like felt that, that she was the better ruler and the older one. That was the battle. It had nothing to do with like half siblings and different houses and anything. There was just that one issue. They were full-blooded siblings going to war with each other. And so then Kristen Cole plays a major fucking role. Then he's the kingmaker. He's doing something. He is the main instrument who is affecting everything. Okay, it was gonna be Rhaenyra, except for Kristen Cole comes in there and is the kingmaker. That entire story, and that there was this romance between he and Rhaenyra. Maybe they were lovers, and he was jealous and things like that. And then what we read in Fire and Blood, it's completely different. Completely different. Now there are many years between Rhaenyra and Aegon, and they're half siblings, and Kristen Cole plays almost no role at all in the dispute and everything. So it's all very, very bizarre, but it's mainly because George is writing this on the fly, and so the Rogue Prince and Princess and the Queen is written after A Dance with Dragons. So you just can't have it in there. He hadn't come up with it yet. Who do you think of the three heads of the dragon? I mean, people always talk about like this like, people have talked about this for a long time. Like, oh, the three heads of the dragon are either like Jon, Dany, and then it's either Aegon or Tyrion or whatever. But I think people make a lot more of it than even in the story. I'm trying to think how many. It's just Rhaegar says has three heads. Yeah. Okay. So at the end of A Clash of Kings, when Dany is in the House of the Undying, Rhaegar says, the dragon has three heads. There must be one more. The dragon has three heads, because he believes his three children are going to be and so there was no Visenya, but he said the dragon has three heads. And then later in A Storm of Swords, Jorah is like, oh, the dragon has three heads. That means you can marry other people, right? So he's talking about like polygamy. And then the dragon has three heads, but I only have one. It's Dario. The dragon has three heads. So Dany switches it and starts thinking about her lovers, that she has three heads in who she's mating with. Trios has three heads. The dragon has three heads. My marriage, right? The dragon has three heads to me. So I mean, Dany has. That's the funny thing, is that like it's kind of switched, right? We went from Rhaegar believing that there were three people that might be part of his Prince of the Promise prophecy to Dany believing more often that she can now take three lovers. So that, I mean, that's an interesting swap. People rarely talk about how like that's Dany's interpretation now of the dragon has three heads is that she has switched to that interpretation. I want to say Illyria also says a dragon with 3 heads, but really he's talking about the sigil. So I mean, does it need to be 3 people because Rhaegar believes it was 3 people? Like maybe Rhaegar is fucking wrong, because Rhaegar is wrong about a lot of shit. So it's funny that the fandom has really like taken to heart Rhaegar's words, as there are 3 characters in the story that are going to be the dragon, and the dragon has 3 heads. Because I mean, the point of, like, I don't believe that prophecy like has any purpose in and of itself in the story. There's no, like, the prophecy should have a purpose in that it's influencing, affecting characters. So the point of the 3-head prophecy is it has not affected any characters in their decisions except for Dany, who now thinks she can take 3 lovers. So in a sense that like the 3 heads of the dragon is now for that purpose. Like that's what it's done, is it's made her think that she can take 3 lovers. It doesn't need to come true in any other way. It's not like later on in the story, like we need to have 3 people who are the 3 heads of the dragon. Like that would be useless to anyone except for the reader who would be sitting there going, aha, Rhaegar said 3 heads of the dragon, and here's our 3 heads. Like the characters it has to be important for the characters in story, right? So I guess it's just for Dany, like Dany thinking that she can take 3 lovers. So it's all about her decisions. But I don't think it's in any sort of prophecy sense like there needs to be 3 heads there needs to be 3 dragon riders or anything like that. That who are the heads of the dragon. I mean, do you think that the green men matter at all to the story? Will the God's Eye have any actual relevance to the story or any themes? I mean, I think clearly George mystery boxed the green men and the Allofaces and all of that. I think there's some very fun theories about what the green men are. I think the funnest and best theory so far is that the green men have attached werewoods to their heads that make them look like antlers, and that they are trying to join with the trees, and that they are in that sort of like cult. But I think, I mean, the themes of the story are I don't think they're any different than any of the others, which is essentially that there are certain things out there that represent God, and God is represented by hive-minded eternal life collectives, and that they need to be destroyed. And man needs to like live on his own. Essentially a song for Leah. Like you got to read A Song for Leah to really understand like where George is coming from in this. But I mean, long story short, A Song for Leah is about characters find a planet where there is a hive-minded depository for souls, and people are joining it, and they get to then live in happiness for eternity. I mean, or millions of years or billions of years, whenever the sun of the planet will go supernova. But people they join the hive-minded collective. They live in happiness for forever. They never die. And then the Rob is the main character, and Lyanna joins the hive mind, and Rob chooses not to. Like he chooses not to, that he feels he needs to live on his own. He needs to die. He needs to live on his own, even though he would be with his lover. He would be happy forever. He chooses truth, chooses his own way. He chooses his own path. And this is very much George's mindset. This is like what I feel everything is about here. That Man isn't looking for happiness. He's not looking for pleasure. He's not looking for all of that. He's choosing his own path here. So, and you know, when we start seeing the same sort of things in the story, like even if we take the show, like the werewood net is the same as the Shkeen from A Song for Leah, and it gets burned and destroyed as Bran leaves it. You know, House of the Undying is the same fucking thing. Dany burns it. They're all killing God. Like it's all Nietzsche. Like they're killing God. God is dead, and then they get to move on and choose their own. Man chooses then his own destiny. So the God's Eye is just, I mean, it's going to be another one of those. It's going to be another fucking mass, right? It's going to be another God that needs to fucking die, I suppose, you know. Stannis does a moral code. He doesn't allow his troops to sexually assault enemies and steal. I mean, he's just like Star Wars Theory's feelings about Vader. Vader would never allow it. Look, I don't think. I think if it benefited Stannis, he wouldn't fucking care. Like if he would turn a blind eye to something. If it benefited himself, if it benefited him, I mean, Melisandre's sexual assaulting people. I mean, let's her get away with it. Die, Jon-Arya, die. Yes, the Jon-Arya plotline it was creepy. It's weird how there are a lot of writers who are obsessed with the whole incest thing, and it's just something I never really ever was focused on or ever thought was very interesting. Like I understand that, like, look, the story of Oedipus is one of the most enduring, oldest tales since the beginning of time. Okay, and the reason it's so enduring is because it's really fucking gross and creepy. Cain and Abel is also one of the most enduring tales of all time. And it's enduring because it's really fucking creepy. Like a brother killing his own brother is a horrible thought. And of course that's creepy, so you're going to remember it forever. A man having sex with his mom is fucking creepy, and it sticks with you because it's just so it's very salient in that sense. But at the same time, like, using George R. R. Martin's own advice, like, let's get into stories about the human heart and conflict, where, you know, you want a story that people can relate to. When you're throwing around fucking incest, and fratricide, almost none of us have experienced that. You know, like you're now focusing on a really small minority of people that know what the fuck you're talking about. Like when you're talking when it's something like breakups or betrayals or not getting along with your dad or feeling insecure, and like there's a lot of things that people relate to. You know, I think a lot of people relate to like Theon's feelings, like his relationship with his father, or Tyrion has his relationship with his father. You know, or the jealousy that Tyrion feels with you know, I don't know, Shay, or you know, there are moments, like there's different characters that you can relate to. But then sometimes it goes really far. Like you're like, how can any of us relate to Jaime and Cersei? How can, like, none of us are in that situation. None of us are having sexual relationships with our twin. Like it's just not something we could possibly relate to. And so it's kind of weird, you know? Well, Littlefinger does not meet his enemies on the field, so there's that. And Stannis warns enemies quite fairly, unlike Varys and Littlefinger. I don't know if Stannis warned Renly. I mean, there's a question of how much Stannis knew, but the point is that Stannis is employing someone like Melisandre, who is doing his dirty work for him. And so even though Stannis is like, I don't remember killing I have a dream that I remembered killing Renly, but I had nothing to do with it. You're involved with Melisandre. Like, she's doing your dirty work for you. So, I mean, I would not say that like Stannis is playing fair all the time, or dealing with Corlys Penny or whatever, burning leeches to assassinate people. I mean, even if who knows if the leeches actually did anything? But Stannis thought they would do something. He thought all of these people should be assassinated. Robb Stark, he fully thought that Melisandre burning some leeches would kill Robb Stark, and he was fine with that. Like, he's doing a lot of shady shit. Like, let's be honest. Like, he fucking like burned Rattleshirt alive, and told everybody it was fucking Mance Rayder to get everybody to like, try to convert and stuff like that. It's I don't know, you could say he's being fair all the time. He's got some dark side. Stannis believes Jon when he says he isn't a turncloak because he has his father's look and he needs a son of Eddard Stark. I mean, this is a situation where he wanted Jon to quit the Watch, right? He wanted Jon to break his vow. And because he just wanted his big plan is he wanted a Stark to unite the North, and then he would marry Val, and so that would unite the wildlings with him, and that would give him an army, right? He didn't really care about anything else there. He didn't care about Jon's honor. He didn't care about Jon's religion. He didn't care about Jon's feelings at all. All he wanted was he just wanted to use these people. He just wanted to use the wildlings, and he wanted to use the Northerners, because he wants to be king. Like, that's what he wants, he goes north to the Wall, not because he wants to save the world. He goes there to find an army. He wants to use the wildling army, and that's why he goes up there, So it's I mean, I don't know, man. I mean, you're like Littlefinger and Varys are nothing like Stannis. Like all the fucking shady shit that Stannis has done, all the fucking shady shit, fucking shadow babies and leeches. It's about to burn Edric Storm. Like, come on, like this is the guy who how many people did he burn? He like Sunglass and Alistair Thorne. I mean, not Alistair Thorne, Alistair Florent, and he keeps around people that have like killed their siblings, and he's just because they're fucking useful, Like, Axel Florent did fucking jack shit when his brother was killed. He was just like, okay, all right, well, now you're the fucking hand of the queen, It's People forget about all this kind of stuff. They're just like, oh no, Stannis is a really honorable guy. If he found out that Jon Snow was actually like Rhaegar's son, he would totally like bend the knee to him. No, he fucking wouldn't. Like, no. Stannis Baratheon is fully willing to burn children and kill his brother and use dark magic to assassinate people. I wouldn't be shocked if Ryan Coogler didn't read Fever Dream beforehand. Now I need to see this. People are... I felt Lovecraft Country was trying to imitate George as well. I'm trying... I watched Lovecraft Country. I'm like... I don't know. maybe there's some weird creepiness to Lovecraft Country, but I think it does, like, honest. Maybe it seems like it because obviously George takes so much from Lovecraft, and so Lovecraft Country obviously is taking things from Lovecraft. Um, how do I live without my melon ball scooper? There's so many like items in your kitchen that you don't need, like no one ever in their life needs a whisk. Like you just don't need one. You don't need a pizza roller. Like lots of things just fucking work. Like yeah, it's not quite as perfect. Like a knife isn't quite as perfect as a pizza roller, but like come on. Come on. Mm-hmm. Learn to sleep on rocks. Let's see. His art is underrated. Quentin getting out of the head of the judge. That's the plan. Plan is to get him on the road, get him back to Westeros as quickly as possible. um, I find Randall Tarley undermentioned when it comes to conflicting characters. Can he be called honorable or just in a similar way to Stannis? No. So Randall Tarley um, there's nothing honorable about Randall Tarley. Randall Tarley is just a piece of shit, like macho sexist. Like that. This is not to be confused with um, the honor of Eddard Stark or the the weird I'd say like twisty legalistic but actual selfishness of Stannis. Like Randall Tarley is just a piece of shit. Okay, so like let's remember, like first and foremost, like Randall Tarley is an utter sexist who just hates women. Okay, this is the you have to start with that. Okay, like he, if you remember, you see him doing justice on at the docks, and he arrests a sex worker, and who she's accused of giving pox to his men, and so he washes her private parts out with lye. So he essentially murders this woman, he kills this woman. But of course, like in that situation, like why is she to blame and not the men? Like why is she, like why, as if she like invented pox within herself, like and like maliciously went to kill everyone, as if she didn't catch pox from a man, and have sex with men willingly, who took the risk of having sex with a sex worker who of course like has sexually transmitted diseases because they're sex workers. Like his sense of justice is so fucked up because he just fucking hates women. And he's just about macho-ness. Keep in mind that like we have like Sam Tarley's idea, like opinions on him. So for instance, Sam Tarley believes that if he told his father that he banged a wildling, that he might take Gilly in and take care of the child. Now, there's nothing honorable in the system at all in that situation, right? Like Sam is betraying his Night's Watch vow. He's having sex outside of wedlock. He's producing a bastard. Like none of those things should be like honorable, like in a Catalan sense of what honor is, or in an Eddard sense of what honor is. That is not there. But to Randall Tarley, that would be like, oh yeah, you fucking hit that shit. Yeah, you're a man. So like Randall Tarley is all about machismo. He is not about honor or anything like that. Like he is a fucked human being, okay, in every sense. Like this is a guy who literally like took his son, who he didn't feel was manly enough at a very young age, like 6 or 7, and like paraded him around in girls' clothing to embarrass him, bathed him in blood, had wizards come in and bathe him in blood, and then threatened to murder him on a hunt if he didn't renounce his birthright and like join the Watch, like, and thought him becoming the maester, the equivalent of a doctor or a professor, was too girly or too wimpy a profession, and insisted that he fucking join the Night's Watch. Like, there, Randall Tarley is like he's just fucked. Like, he's like, I'd say he's even more fucked up than Tywin. like I mean, he hasn't killed as many people as Tywin, but he just hasn't been given the opportunity. You know, he's Randall Tarley is a horrible fucking human being. So, but no, not honorable at all. No, just a macho sexist. That's all he is. Don't get into it too deeply. Did you see the Michael Talks video about the outline on how George R. R. Martin has been forcing the story to follow it by the end of Dance? You got to watch his vid. I haven't seen the video. I in researching for today, I did run across just a bit of something that tail ended on it. I didn't agree with it though. I think Michael was saying that in a similar sense, because Tyrion is the one that burns Winterfell in the outline, and Jon is now has a rivalry against Ramsay, who is holding a fake Arya. He's saying that's kind of similar. That Tyrion and Ramsay is taking the place of Tyrion in the story, which I would disagree. That's just not how the outline describes the relationship. Like, it's Tyrion burns Winterfell, leaves, and then comes back after exile and lives in some sort of situation with Arya and Jon north of the Wall, and gets to know the characters and has the rivalry. That there's not a active Jon versus Tyrion fight like there is with Ramsay. And Tyrion is certainly not like capturing or needing like he's not Tyrion isn't capturing Arya and needing Jon to rescue Arya from him. So I would say that he's like in that specific situation. That's the only thing I know about it, and I haven't even watched the video, and I'm hearing about it secondhand. But I think I think in that specific situation, he's searching for similarities, to say that there's like a remnant of the outline with the Ramsay Winterfell versus Jon kind of situation that I don't think really is there. But I will watch the rest of the video. I'm just talking about a very, very small specific thing that had to do with like this video. But that's about it. But I'll have to watch the rest and see it. But people were quite excited about this video, so I think I should probably watch it. Oh, George has a so spake Martin about the three heads. I mean, in the fanfic, the three heads seem to be Dany, Quentin, and Victarion. Boring question. What's your favorite chapter in each book? Let's see. Going backwards, I'm trying to think of Let's see. Going backwards, I would say my favorite in A Dance with Dragons is probably the Theon escape chapter. That's probably the most exciting one, where I was just like, oh my god, where I really enjoyed it. Maybe my second would be Dragon Tamer, again, where you're just like on the edge of your seat reading that. I think um, incredible. I think a Feast for Crows, you can't go wrong with the Drowned Man, the Kingsmoot. Fucking incredible chapter. I don't think it gets any better than that. A Storm of Swords. I think my favorite chapter might be Arya 6, which is the Hound just tearing apart the Brotherhood without banners. But I'm trying to think of some other good, but there's so many good ones in Storm. But I think that's my favorite is the Hound just ripping to shreds the Brotherhood. In Clash, I'm trying to think. I think I would probably go with no, nothing on Theon, nothing Bran, nothing Sansa, nothing Arya, nothing. Is there anything? Clash is a tough one. I mean, a lot of people would just go with the Blackwater, but like, which is great. But I'm trying to think of something else specifically that I really like. Oh, Prologue. Prologue is my favorite, and fucking for Clash, definitely Prologue. And then a Game of Thrones. My favorite chapter is probably the last Daenerys chapter. I think that's just a perfect fucking chapter. But yeah, that's probably my favorite. Yeah. The last chapter of A Game of Thrones, the first chapter of A Clash of Kings, Prologue. Yeah, Prologue's definitely my favorite. I really love, yeah, the Arya 6, the Hound bringing down Brotherhood without banners, the Kingsmoot, and then I think Theon's escape are probably my favorite. Yeah. Mm, 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 mm. Ba, ba, ba. It's been weeks since I've had Carmine call in. Investment tips to minimize Donald J. Trump's derangement. Um, I mean, I wish I had good investment tips. I don't know. Sometimes I feel like I should just take everything out and put it in gold. Generally speaking, though, I mean, there's still going to be some companies that, if you're really just talking about earning money, there's some companies that are still always going to be doing well, whether or not the world falls into fascism. Like, if you're investing in science and technology, like, science and technology is always going to do well. Like, you get science and technology mutual fund is always going to fucking do well, regardless of whether or not there's fascism. Um, it's hard. Most of my money's index funds. They say you can't really beat the market, so why bother? But it's. I wish. I don't know. It's so hard to. I know, like, some people are like, oh, if you don't like a country, you can just kind of leave. But it goes beyond like just leaving. Like, your investments and your life and your knowledge is very wrapped up in a country. So say you're raising children, right? Let's say you're an American raising children. Okay, like, there's certain things you kind of understand about the American system to prepare your kids for it, right? Like, and I'm talking really small things, right? Like, well, that in America they play basketball, baseball, football, and soccer, right? So, and some hockey. So that, like, those are the sports that you're going to, like, push your kid into, because those are the sports getting played, and those are the ones that he's going to make friends with, and those are the ones he can get on a team of and do his extracurricular activity. Like, if you're in America, like teaching your kid high a lie doesn't necessarily do anything, right? Like, and or when it comes time for like the SAT, like we all took the SAT, we know about the SAT, we kind of know like, you know, like how to study for it, how important it is. We know how the college application process is. Like we know where, like, which companies exist to invest our money in. Like, okay, well, there's Vanguard and there's T. Rowe Price and and you know what banks exist. And, there's all these little things that you've spent your entire life, like, learning about and understanding. And if you were to rip somebody up and like pop them somewhere else, like say you ripped me up and are just like, okay, now you're Belgian. Well, I know not. I mean, what are the best colleges? What tests do you take? Like, I don't know any of that stuff, right? It takes a lifetime to learn like every little thing. I'm very tuned into like how to succeed as an American in America. And so when everything gets ripped up and like flipped on its head, it's very exhausting and confusing. So it's like, oh, what do you do with like 401ks? I mean, like the American in me is like, well, they say to invest in index funds and, just think about your 20-year horizon, and you're like, oh God, like, it's all I fucking know. And so when all of a sudden they're like, well, we're going to fuck the whole world we're going to fuck America with tariffs and mass spending and police states. And I don't know what to fucking do, man. It's very, it's like, you're kind of stuck on the same track. Like this is what we're all trained to be. We're trained to be Americans and we know how to like succeed in America. So, I mean, even though I live in the Dominican Republic, like all my stuff, like all my life is still in America. Like my finances, my my knowledge on like how to have children succeed is in an American track, So it's exhausting. Free Palestine, if only, man, if only. Free Tibet, that too. But what's he gonna do? Why are we still not talking about Tibet? People have very short attention spans, and they in truth they don't really give a fuck. It's in truth that like most people are virtue signaling. It's like I remember a Simpsons where Homer is like, a lot of times there's these problems and then just people fix them. Like, remember when the rainforest was a problem? We don't hear about that anymore. So therefore it must have been fixed, right? Like, no, it never was. Like, we just fucking stopped talking about it, So it's that's why I think it's like it's so disingenuous that like people were bringing up Palestinians like as some sort of like criticism of Kamala Harris, like right at this very moment, and then poof, gone as an issue. Not an issue before, not an issue now, but all of a sudden, I morally cannot vote for Kamala Harris because of Palestine. Like, how does that make any fucking sense? Pfft. But, that's... There's a lot of, Uyghurs, Tibetans, remember, it's not like Darfur ever stopped. It's not like people are suddenly treated well in Sudan. Like... It's not that people are still dying in Congo. Like children are still getting kidnapped and by Boko Haram. Like nothing fucking. It's just that something stops appearing in the news. Everyone's like, well, I guess it must have been fixed. Oh, enjoyed the Dreams of Ghosts and Indians, but you used a different Cree dictionary than mine. Full length name doesn't compute. Curious about the Indians in your alternate world. Yeah, the only one I used was obviously like Key's name. Um, uh, but it's obviously it's the crutch that I get to use is that because it's an alternate world and or the imagination of a dumb white guy, um, that he can have whatever he wants in his mind, and not the idea, right? But he's referring to like there's an important um, discussion of whether or not like what key where Key's name comes from, and the I think in Algonquin, and so I forgot where I found it and why it was Key, but I mean, there's like a bunch of different dialects of Algonquin. I mean, Algonquin is a huge like spread of 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 people, so it doesn't really matter. But like I say, like my escape is just, well, it doesn't matter. It's an alternate world, and it's and or the thoughts of a dumb white guy. So, but thank you for reading The Dreams of Ghosts and Indians. I do appreciate it. Um, I'm glad you enjoyed it. I live in a war zone. Then I watch this chat, another war zone. Why do I do this to myself? Yeah, I know. Who leads the Brotherhood without banners after Lady Stoneheart resurrected Jaime and Brienne? Um, well, is there an after Lady Stoneheart? Um, there's some interesting questions. Is one, like, is Beric leading another Brotherhood without banners? Is Beric still alive? We're not sure, um, but who would lead after Lady Stoneheart? And I mean, theoretically, it's probably. I mean, in a logical sense, it would be Thoros, but like, would they need another brotherhood? Like there's a lot of different paths. Either like Lady Stoneheart stays undead for a long time, or they start they just start following Aegon because they as a parallel to Robin Hood, that they just the Return of the King, and now we don't have to worry about anything anymore. We can go back to phoning in our morality by just following somebody else, which, by the way, like, I think this is somehow like this is like taken over modern politics, is that people no longer actually have any political opinions other than my political leader follows X, and therefore I'm going to defend X even if X is wrong, you know. Um, but yeah, I mean, I don't think Jamie or Brienne would lead them, but the idea is that they're supposed to be figuring out um, figuring out morality on their own, right? Figuring it out on their own. They try to the idea is they don't need a leader. They need to just start doing good, helping people. Somehow they got in their mindset that like they should be doing revenge. Stannis keeps a tight camp. I mean, there are cannibals right and left. Right and left. Cannibals. Keeping around Clayton Suggs. Clayton Suggs is like one of his main dudes, man. Um, Tight ship. wouldn't keep around Clayton Suggs if I was running a tight ship. Planetos has an insane rate of dudes whose like interests include girls as young as 13. That's not wrong. That is not wrong, is it? Free Kurdistan. I mean, they're pretty much. I mean, Iraqi Kurdistan is pretty much free. Both of them. I mean, they're pretty independent. But if we want to talk about like Turkish Kurdistan, Iranian Kurdistan, okay, Syrian Kurdistan, free underscore. That's my new thing. That's just free underscore. You'll need to unlock your iPhone first. What is that? What is that? I didn't say anything for Siri. Fuck you, Siri. Jesus. Why will Stannis burn Shireen? Did my brain freeze, Carmine? What did my brain freeze? Well, Stannis burns Shireen. I don't know. See, the burning Shireen thing is, it's kind of funny because prior to the reveal in a Game of Thrones, in the show Game of Thrones, of Shireen being burned and D&D saying that was a plot point that came from George. There were some in the fandom that were saying that Shireen would be burned. They didn't necessarily say Stannis would burn her, but they said that Shireen would be burned and that would resurrect Jon Snow. This was a theory that was running around the fandom. And I think it just came from the idea that they needed something powerful and magical to bring back Jon Snow. There's power in King's blood. Who's got King's blood? Well, Shireen. And so people were talking about the burning of Shireen. Now, logistically speaking, for Stannis to burn Shireen, it's really hard for it to happen because Stannis is so fucking far away. Like, it took him forever to get to Winterfell. Is he going to march all the way back to the wall and burn Shireen? So a lot of people were generally not thinking about Stannis burning Shireen. And so this idea that like Stannis is going to do this, but yeah, Mel could easily burn Shireen on Stannis's behalf, and people weren't talking about this. And I think there's people have such hard-ons for Stannis that it's hard to believe that he would kill his own daughter. Now that we like hear that George planned this, and in earlier versions of Dance, there's discussions about Maegor, Maelys the Monstrous, like killing his own children and things like that. Like there's more of these ideas of killing your own children. I mean, the original outline of a Game of Thrones has Jaime probably killing Tommen and Myrcella to become king and stuff like that. So it does sound like George, but it's weird because it's like such a big jump kind of out of nowhere. You're like, how do you get to the point where Stannis would burn Shireen? From what I've read so far, like Stannis he does weird shit, but like burning Shireen, that's really far. That goes really far, really, like, after he protests, I would never burn Edric Storm. How could you think that about me? And then to burn his own daughter is, fucking crazy. Right. So it's like, why would he do it? I don't know. I mean, I guess this idea is that he really starts believing in, that's the other thing. He has to get to the point where he fucking starts really believing in the Lord of Light, which he doesn't really believe in. Right. So he has to get to the point where he believes in the magic and really believes that he needs to burn her for power. I think it's so like, I accept that George wanted it to happen, but he also wrote something that's so logistically impossible that I don't think it can happen. Or Mel maybe could burn her, Selyse could burn her, but like it's logistically very difficult for Stannis to do it. So, I mean, I accept that this was George's idea, and there's just too much evidence of it. Not to mention, I mean, the D&D just straight up saying it, but it's I don't know how Stannis gets to the point where he really believes in Azor Ahai. He has to kind of go nuts at some point, to get to that point, Mm, 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 mm. Mm, 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 mm. Man, YouTube increased ads like mofo. What's so funny is, yeah, so YouTube has been really fucking weird, right? Like, so prior to what's happened recently, which is like a month ago, you'd always manually put in your ads. And so generally speaking, I throw in an ad like on a video, I throw in an ad every 15 minutes or so. And so now YouTube offers you the option of doing it automatically. And they give you 3 levels, like low, medium, and high. And I'll tell you, like, the medium is fucking ridiculous. It is an ad every 2 minutes. Before the stream, I put in automatic low, but that might be really fucking high. So I after the stream is done, and then it takes like hours to process, I'll then go in afterwards and like cut the ads. But it's really fucking horrible, and I'm sure you've seen it with like a million of these videos. But oh, my favorite. Yeah, my favorite chapter isn't the Red Wedding. No, I mean the Red Wedding is crazy and all, but do I think Donald Trump will follow in Mad King's footsteps? I mean, he's definitely lost it. He's definitely gone. If you've seen him in any conversations, I mean, he's but I don't know. Luckily, the government moves slower than people think, and so when you do something like say you spent $100 billion to hire more ICE people, like it takes a long time to fucking hire those people. Like it takes a fucking long time to hire and train and get them on the streets and things like that. So we got, well, at least we got a little time before the world falls apart. That's the thing is, having the wildfire right there is different. Things happen faster. Grandmaster Marwyn for Danny and the fanfic. I don't know. I haven't thought about what to do with Marwyn past him arriving in Marine. But yeah, maybe. Because obviously, like part of the plot of the fanfic is Sam using the glass candle to try to find Marwyn and Gilly, and hopping city to city. So like we had the Lice chapter, we have the Volantis chapter coming in, and then we'll have a Marine chapter, and so he's gonna be following him. But yeah, could she make him Grand Maester? I mean, he's an Archmaester. Do Archmaesters become Grand Maesters? She might keep him around, but yeah, that's maybe. I mean, he's pretty interesting to have around. He's such a great character. I guess you just want him around. Trump knows he's going to destroy the dollar, hence the crypto stuff. I was thinking about the crypto shit, and why it's the same people who are into crypto were the same ones that are into day trading, who are the same ones who are into like online gambling, who are the same ones who are into like trying to flip houses, who are the same ones like who are weirdly like Republicans and who hate like intellectuals, and they actually hate hard workers like immigrants, things like that, right? It's a weird thing, like like why are people that are in, well, I guess it makes sense in the sense that like the get rich quick people, they are unable to get rich the other ways, right? They are unable to, like, the ways to get rich are either you're born into wealth, okay, or you work really fucking hard, or you work really fucking smart, right? Those are the generally the ways, right? The smart people, they go to these universities, they get connected, they get into some really intelligent, high paying job, they earn a bunch of money. Or there's the motherfucker that just fucking busts his ass, is working all the fucking time, busts his ass, and he gets his money, right? But they're incapable of doing that because they're dumb and they're lazy. So, but they still feel like they're entitled to being wealthy. So they try these get rich quick schemes. They invest in something crazy. They do crypto. They try day trading. They've got some scheme, flipping houses. They have some scheme. It's always some scheme. But it's weird. It's the same people though, right? Like it's the same people, these get rich quick people. They have real disdain, real hatred for hard workers and smart people, right? Like they fucking hate all of the immigrants because the immigrants are so hardworking, and they fucking hate all the smart people that go to the universities. They fucking hate them because they're dumb and lazy, and they get into these get rich quick schemes. It's weird. I mean, it's not actually weird. I guess it makes sense. It makes sense that like that, that they're all, trying to fake it till you make it. Is Cersei leading leading to Margaret the First of Denmark? The later lost her husband and son, couldn't inherit the throne, but made Lady Regent anyway, and didn't remarry. Basically, Cersei the unlikely. Well, I'll tell you this, is that although in the show, yes, Cersei becomes queen, this is apparently a late decision for George. Originally, he was going to have Jaime be king. George, he knows a lot about English history, but I'm not sure how much history he knows about other places. Like what I tend to know a lot about the Middle East and Spanish history. I studied Spanish history in college, and I lived in the Middle East for a long time. And whenever he starts talking about those subjects, I'm like, it's like a little off, right? But Denmark, I mean, he does. There is a bit of German history in what he has read and stuff. But like, he's definitely more of an expert on English history. So Margaret the First of Denmark. So, I mean, I'm going to say, like, my knee jerk is like, anything is probably oh, wait, well, she became Queen of Scotland? Am I reading this right? Maybe then he would. See, I don't know anything about these fucking Margaret of Denmark, Queen of the Scots. Oh, well, maybe he would then. I correct myself. I'm not a huge British history guy. Of course, he's very focused on War of the Roses, but let's see. James reportedly she's not fond of her husband. Yeah, I don't know. So this is it. She lost her husband and son, couldn't inherit the throne, but was made Lady Regent anyway and didn't remarry. Yeah, I don't know. Could be, could be. Of course, in the show, Cersei actually becomes queen. So, I don't know if George is planning that, but we'll see. We'll see. Ozone layer was fixed. It is one of the few things that humanity did right. Nearly there. Moving to Tennessee for a year from the UK on foreign college exchange. Any advice? Take advantage of your accent and fuck as many women as you can. I mean, look, it's going to be easy fucking pickings, okay, with your accent, okay? Take advantage of that. Take every advantage of it. Tennessee, I mean, my sister went to Vandy. I visited Nashville once. So it's a beautiful campus and things like that. But there's that's all I can say. I mean, my advice, look, Tennessee and Kentucky area, the really beautiful nature. You can go hiking a lot. The Vanderbilt, when my sister went there, she said it had a very like Southern kind of feel to it. Like, frats had Confederate flags in their basements, unironically. But from what I've heard, the college has changed quite a bit. I don't know if you're going specifically to Vanderbilt, but or wherever. But nonetheless, you will be super exotic, and take advantage of that. Take advantage of that. That's you're you're just gonna get a plus a plus two, on your I don't know, like on a scale of 1 to 10, but you'll just have like a +2, and that's just that's my advice, man. Have some fun, but and do some camping. It is a really beautiful state, I will say. Tennessee and Kentucky are really beautiful states, but man, it'll be clean up, man, clean up. You're never gonna have a chance like this again in your life. Oh, enjoyed the book. Coming back from vacation in southern Italy. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. How would the story have changed if Joffrey was a stand-up guy? I don't know. That's funny. I'm trying to think like, all right, the what if, right? Let's say Joffrey is a stand-up guy. It doesn't change. Okay, well, if Joffrey's a stand-up guy, there's not the disagreement at Derry, and so Numeria and Lady get taken to King's Landing. There's not that. Everything's good on that end. There's not that tension. However, Ned is still fucking going around super sleuthing, right? And Littlefinger's going to find something else. So it's eventually going to lead to Robert dying and like Ned getting arrested. But this time he's going to actually get put on that train with Yoren, which means Varys is probably going to take control of him because Varys is the one that organized all that. So Ned is probably going to either get scooped up or something. You don't have the war break out or anything like that. So like the big thing is Joffrey's execution of Ned, which was Joffrey's fucking idea. I mean, if not Littlefinger planting it in his head. But if you were a stand-up guy, that wouldn't have happened. So you don't have Rob's war. Like either Ned gets sent to the wall or he gets scooped up by Varys and gets pulled into the Daenerys cause or something. But it's just not and so when Stannis comes in, Stannis and Renly come in, it's a different situation now without Robb Stark. They're in a much weaker position. Maybe I don't know, maybe they would team up or something, but they're in a much, much weaker position. The Lannisters in a much stronger position. And the Theon never betrays Robb because the Ironborn would not take advantage of the situation because there's no situation to take advantage of. So a lot of things. I mean, things obviously would still fall apart because Varys and Littlefinger are working to have things fall apart. So they would fall apart in a different way, but it's these little things like lady doesn't die, huh? And Ned doesn't die, huh? And how's that change things? I mean, everything will still fall apart, but it's that's it, you know. Who betrayed Arianne? Probably Dre. Dre is my guess on who betrayed. My first guess is Dre. My second guess is all three. And when I say all three, I mean Garrett, Silva, and Dre together. Like all three of them betrayed, but definitely not Darkstar. This is a great quote, man. I don't understand the status hype. Dude would be a 6 out of 10 king at best. There's a God, what was the name of the little girl beauty queen who was murdered? John Bonet, was that John? Was like something like was her name Ramsey? Yeah, John Bonet Ramsey. So they're like David Spade before he was on Saturday Night Live. He was a stand-up comic, and he had a joke in which he's like, the thing about John Bonet Ramsey, she's not even that hot. She's like a 6 at best. Like that was like one of his jokes, which is like brutal. But it's kind of clever in the sense that like 6-year-olds shouldn't be beauty queens. So like him talking about how hot she is and ranking her and how disgusting that is the fucking joke, because that's what fucking beauty pageants for children are. So I mean, I do think it was maybe the most clever joke that David Spade's ever made, but like it's a good joke. She's like a 6. She's like a 6 at best. Um, you get rich by exploiting people. Yeah. Modern economy, getting lucky, betting on BS chicks that are hot, get paid to be hot. Well, the thing is, you're born into being hot, right? NFTs, yeah, I remember them. Yeah, it's the same shit. It's like there's a great Onion article that was entitled. This was after the dot-com crash, but it was entitled "Americans Demand New Bubble to Invest Their to wait like invest their money in," because that's like all we look for. It's just like the next bubble. And it's so obvious. Like every time they're gonna crash, like it's so fucking obvious, and then it just fucking keeps going. Like obviously crypto is a bubble that's going to crash, like obviously like obviously, and yet like everyone's still like, oh, I can fucking make so much money on it. Yeah, immigrants do get rich pretty quick. The um if you actually look at I mean, one, like not all immigrants are poor, but um yeah, when you look at, say, like Chinese immigrants that came in the 80s, like they're all super wealthy now. Like the average Asian American earns much more than the average white American, because they're immigrants and they were like the smartest and the hardest working, and so they left and they earned. And in fact, when you look at Hispanics, after one generation, they're usually middle class. I'm not saying you go like you immediately become rich. You don't, you're not like poor, but and then become rich. But I'm saying that like after one generation, there's significant um, movement in the Hispanic community in their income. While people groups that have been here many generations. And when I say that, I mean mainly white people and black people. We tend to be in the same, like the average white salary, the average black salary just tends to be the same. The kids kind of run in place, but no, absolutely. Like immigrants are upwardly mobile, as they say. Immigrants are almost always upwardly mobile just because it's a pool of people that are more motivated and harder working. Of course, they're going to be uh, upwardly mobile. But yeah, no, the immigrants are known for getting rich. I mean, maybe not all like striking it millionaires, but I'm saying like they do better. Um, they do better than the previous generation, which we can't really say that about white people and black people in America. Um, mm, mm, mm. Oh yeah, maybe delete any JD Vance memes before you get here. Oh yeah, that's the new thing, man. Now the new thing is they're checking your I don't know if you have your visa already, but they're checking your social media now if you have anything anti-American or illegal. I think they're checking now for anti-American and um, illegal anti-Semitism. Like they put those two things together. Um, but yeah, they're checking those sorts of things. Pick a different state. It's true. It's true. But if he's going to be in university, it's going to be university area, right? Like if you're going to be, um, not to out Carmine too much, but like Carmine lives in Kansas, but he lives in a university town. So he's like, it's not that bad because it's a university town. So if there is going to be an island of livability in the state of Tennessee, it's going to be centered around a university. Preston just completely forgetting about the cat's paw downer. Is this for the Oh, if Joffrey was a stand-up guy and he sent the cat's paw, that wouldn't send cat south. Yeah, that's true. Hopefully I'm charming British and not super awkward. I'm super awkward. Well, you can turn it into the two things. I really love the fact that like I think Hugh Grant is one of the best actors of all time because the Hugh Grant character is invented. Like he's nothing like that in real life, but he played it in he first played it in four weddings and a funeral, and everyone's like, what a fucking character. And he's like, fuck, now I've got to play this character in every goddamn movie. And he's nothing like that. But he did pull off, like, he invented the charming, awkward guy, the charming, awkward British guy. I mean, obviously he's also good looking, so it doesn't help. Like you could be the awkward, charming guy when you're good looking. But that's the funny thing of being the Hugh Grant, like the Hugh Grant from Four Weddings and a Funeral. But man, oh shit. That's true. Abortion isn't even legal in Tennessee. Short drive to Maryland. Short drive. This is what's fucked. I mean, America's fucked. By the way, on this discussion, by the way, of America being fucked, because America is fucked. And I don't even mean America's fucked because of Donald Trump. I mean, America's fucked because, like, let's be honest, like Americans, we've been seeing this shit. We've been seeing this slide for fucking decades. We've been seeing this slide for fucking decades. This didn't happen all at once. Okay. Americans have been getting dumber and meaner and just, unsympathetic. And, I was having a discussion with I still have a few friends on Facebook that are, Israel defenders. And I'm like, I'm like, dude, at this point, like, are you sure you want to fucking like attach your chain to this fucking sinking ship? Like you've seen, like, because you can just say like the simple thing of like you've seen the right wing like shift in Israel. Like you've seen it, and like demographically, only the religious zealots are having kids. Like it's just gonna get worse. It's gotten worse over the past 20 years. It's just going to get worse on 20 more years, which means like two things are going to fucking happen. You're either going to get to a point where like Israel finally crosses a line and then you're embarrassed and you got to be like, fuck, I've been defending Israel for fucking far too long. Now I'm really embarrassed. What was I doing? Or it drags you more right wing and you're fucking still defending the shit. So it's like two bad outcomes. It's either just incredible embarrassment at like all the time you wasted, or it drags you into that shit. But in the same sense, it's like, I'm kind of there with America. Like, it's like, there's just no, yeah, there's still some things that are great about America, but I know where it's heading. Like I know where it's fucking heading. It's a slow trudge. Like it's just like, am I just gonna fucking embarrass myself by like defending America until it crosses a really bad red line, and then I'm like, fuck, or am I gonna let it drag me down with it? And it's just like, nah, just fucking let it go. Like. America's fucked. And like the fact that like we overturned Roe v. Wade is just so inexcusable. It's so fucking inexcusable. So, best onion crisscross reaches Mexican border. There's some onions always been It's amazing that actually The Onion's been so genius for so long. I mean, I remember discovering The Onion in college. So I'm talking like the mid 90s. And just today, it's just so fucking good. It's still so fucking good. Consistently hilarious for 30 years. Like that's really what a fucking who can say that about anything? Like any website. Has any website been good for 30 years? Has any organization been great for like funny for 30 years? Can you guys think of any as good as The Onion? Because it's like it can be like, oh, The Simpsons has been good for 30 years. No, it fucking hasn't, you know? Like, like it's got its dry spot. Some people say it's back, but it doesn't mean the middle wasn't there, you know? The Onion has been fucking funny as fuck for 30 fucking years. Oh. Oh, I want to see a study of valedictorians and which percent are first generation Americans. I think it's probably overwhelming. Oh, it's true. It's probably true. I mean, um, my school's a little different because like I went to a small private school, but I was thinking about like my wife's school. Definitely, like it was definitely like the first generation or second generation. I mean, the difference between first generation and second generation can be often blurry. You know, like the difference between like a kid that's brought over when they're 5 and versus a kid that's like born there is, it's like it's very close. Two immigrant parents. Like the difference is so small, and yet it's like the difference between first and second generation, right? Um, mm, mm, mm. Oh yeah, the tourism industry in America. Yeah, it's true. Immigrants stick together and help each other. Something that pretty much illegal for white Americans. Um, Disagree because you're not seeing it right. Um, have you ever heard of something called fraternities, or just where you went to college, or being in a military service? Like, there's a million of these little clubs that exist among white and black Americans, that where you help each other out. It's just not. It's just that. I mean, it's true that like white and black Americans, when their pool gets large enough, you can't help everybody, right? So it's not like if you're a black owned business, you're just hiring people because they're black, or if you're a white person, you're just hiring people because you're white. But you'll find something, right? There's some, whether it's a frat or, oh, you were in the Air Force, I was in the Air Force, like it's always something like that where you're still giving somebody an unfair advantage for being in some sort of club. So it's not it. Yeah, of course, white people and black people do it in America. Of course they do. They just do it differently. That's it. Um, I can't believe Preston just doxed Carmine. Um, are you going to New York City Comic Con? George R. R. Martin speaking. I don't think so. I mean, it's just the timing. When's the? I mean, New York City is probably one of the easier cities for me to get to because it's a direct flight from Santo Domingo. But no, I can't. It's I can't. My son's birthday. My son's birthday is that week, so it's no, it's not. It's I cannot go. I mean, sorry. I mean, it'd be really interesting. I know he's probably just going to be advertising the illustrated A Feast for Crows. I know there's Coke people that are like, oh fuck, he's gonna announce something. It's gonna be great. And I've never been to like a really big con, like, and it would be awesome. It would be incredibly fun to go, but I can't. It's yeah. It's I can't. It's my son's birthday. I can't. So um I've not seen Hugh Grant in Heretic. Oh. But he looks scary as fuck. Grant really got his brand in Notting Hill. It's true. Notting Hill, great movie. Great fucking movie. And it's got fucking Otto Hightower in it, man. Have you guys it's been so long since Notting Hill. Notting Hill was a huge movie. But it has Reese Ifans in it. You know, and he's like he plays like, it's so funny because it's like I mean, this is his character. Otto Hightower, man. Good old Otto Hightower is in Notting Hill. That's the only. I mean, I guess he was in. He played the lizard, right? In the Spider-Man movie, but like, I had really just known him from this role, and so it was very funny. American century of self-humiliation. Oh, absolutely, man. We're just gonna be. This must have been like, this, you know, when Rome fell, you know, people were just like, what idiots. What idiots. It was just humiliation after humiliation. 93% of all stocks are owned by hedge funds. No capitalism equals no capitalism, no democracy. We're well and truly screwed. Yeah, I didn't know that. I mean, I do know that like there are large investment groups, and at most everything is set up on like, yeah, index funds and such. It's yeah. Yeah, Vietnam did not teach us very much. No. I did a breakdown video for Davos 1. Yeah, this week I'll do one. There's a lot to talk about Davos. It'll probably come in two parts. Going through it, because there was a lot of thought went into the planning of the story in the first part, and then a lot of time went into the writing and the editing and everything. So a lot took it. I always found it surprising that of all the social justice causes, there's never one to stop referring to the USA as America. Because it just sounds dumb. Like I get it. Latin Americans are the ones that are most on our ass about it. But it's not like we did it. Like, obviously the Brits were the ones that called us America, because it was the American colony, and that's what just they, you know. But it's not like we fucking went around and decided this shit like the Gulf of America. But like, to call yourself what, a United Statesman? Like, what am I supposed to, like? That sounds stupid. You know, plus like, United States doesn't really help you too much, because there's another country called the United States of Mexico that's right to our south. I mean, people can argue, well, it isn't, the translation is different. United Mexican States or whatever. It's Estados Unidos Mexicanos. Like, it's Estados Unidos de America versus Estados Unidos Mexicanos. So like, there's another United States right next to the United States. So it's like, we can't really call ourselves the United States. That doesn't fucking separate us from the United States of Mexico. So, and also, like, if I'm going to make the argument, there's a bunch of fucking countries that call themselves crazy stuff that Colombia, like, the entire Pan America is Colombia, just like the entire Pan America is America. Do we get on Colombians for that shit? Like, how dare you, fucking Colombia, for calling yourselves Colombians? You know, not Bolivar liberated lots of fucking lands, not just Bolivia. Fucking Bolivians, fucking, you know, egomaniacs, man. Jesus, you know, like, there's a lot of countries like this. China's the Middle Kingdom. oh, really? You're the fucking middle? You're the fucking middle of shit? Really? Like, like Japan, like the sun root. You're like, you think the sun comes from your country? Really, motherfuckers? Like, everything. Country names are dumb. Yeah, finally, they all crossed the line. Right, but I'm saying, like, we've all crossed the line, but even if you thought you haven't crossed the line, you have to admit that the crossing of the line would come anyway. But am I going to be super liberal by Tennessee standards? I mean, you're at university, so it's going to be lots of liberal people around. The other thing to remember in any state in America is that even if you're in the most liberal state, the breakdown of the state is still only 60-40. And even if you're in the most conservative state, the state breakdown is still only 60-40. So yeah, you've got these like percentages, and sometimes it's very apparent. Like when I drive from Maryland to West Virginia, all of a sudden there's fucking crazy fucking signs, Jesus and Trump and all that shit. So like you'll physically see things that are different, but at the same time, like the liberals are still there. They're still lurking. They're still everywhere. And you're in a university town. Just like if you're in a liberal area, the conservatives are still there. They're still lurking. They just keep quiet a lot more. So liberals in conservative areas will keep quiet, and conservatives in liberal areas will keep quiet. But they're still there. They're still lurking. So you'll find it, yeah. But yeah, of course you're going to be super liberal by all of American standards. But like, there's still liberals there, and especially in a university setting. Are we the baddies? Yeah. Tennessee is a mix of college towns and Hitlerville. That's true. That's true. Oh, yeah. Turkey had the same problem. Turkey, that's the thing, is like the big sad situation with Turkey is when they really fucking had the chance, Europe should have taken in Turkey into the EU. And they didn't. They missed the opportunity. They're being fucks. And now Turkey slid, and is really more conservative now. But Europe really had a chance to latch onto Turkey and transform it, but lost the chance. Yeah. But yeah. The problem with America is politics is Israel. The issue is cemented both parties. It's that there's no political advantage to being pro-Palestinian. There's just not a strong enough Palestinian support lobby, whatever. It's growing. It's getting to the point, but it's just politicians do what's in their best interest. Yeah, the idea does have the issue of whatever it makes up is less stupid than reality. That's true. Agreed. We are fucked. What do you think we should do for our kids? A sincere apology. Just you do for your kids is you protect them, and you teach them right, and you give them escape options. This is what I've seen in other countries. I know lots of very intelligent, cool, like Egyptians, and they know that their fucking country's fucked. And it's always been fucked, and it will always be fucked. And they've accepted that. And so they're just like, well, what do you do? It's like complaining about the rain, you do what you can, but you worry about your friends and family, and you have your contingencies, and that's all you can do. I'm not saying like disengage. Obviously, keep trying, keep engaging in politics, and keep voting and supporting the right candidates. But um, it's really sad. It's sad that I don't see very much hope in America, because we're just um, um, but yeah. Um, Preston, would you still define yourself as a proud American, or you still you're embarrassed to be an American? I don't think I would ever. I don't think I would ever say I was a proud American. I don't believe in pride for anything you didn't earn. Um, so I don't. I didn't earn being an American. I was born into it. Like I'm not. I'm not proud of being a man. I'm not proud of being white. I didn't. I didn't earn those things. I was just born into them. No, I'm not really ashamed either. Like I just feel sad. I just feel sad um, about the whole thing. It's it's uh, it's hard, you know. Maybe it'll turn around, but the problem is just the fucks around it. Like that's the thing is the fucks around us are not going away. Um, like I say, it's been a slow trudge my whole life. My whole life. Like I remember when like Al Gore was running for president, probably the smartest man to ever run for president. Would have been a fantastic president. And I just remember people being like, "Oh, I don't want it. I don't want the liberals taking away my guns." And I was just like, "But what about like every other issue?" And they're not even. They don't even want to take away your guns. Like that's not even an issue. That's even campaigning on. And then Bush becomes president and starts a bunch of wars and does a bunch of tax cuts and fuck. And it's just horrible and embarrassing. And it gets really bad. And somehow they reelect him against John Kerry. And they're like, oh, well, John Kerry, the Swift boating thing, he wasn't actually a war hero. He just got shot in the butt. And you're like, oh, God. And then Bush gets reelected. And then things get so bad and he's so unpopular that they elect Obama for a couple terms, and then again, like super intelligent woman, Hillary Clinton, but no, all that bitch, and her emails and nope. And so then then COVID fucking Trump fucks things so bad. We have COVID that we elect Biden. He's a good man. He does a fine job, and then somehow the economy's doing great. America's recovering, and it's like, oh, Kamala. No, again, somehow we put back in office like the dumbest, worst, meanest, just like idiots with like his like Stephen Miller gang of racists. It's just like who they can just choose the worst policies, like can be somehow against Ukraine and tell Israel to do whatever the fuck they want and have no two-state solution, and somehow like have tariffs on all of our friends and start conflicts with Canada and fucking give tax cuts to literal billionaires while having 20 million people lose their health insurance. Like it's astounding. It's astounding how dumb Americans can be. It's just astounding how dumb they are. But I guess I've seen it my whole life. Like there's been a lot of stupid people that I've met, a lot of dumb Americans that I've met in my life. I mean, God, like just creationists and people saying, oh, not voting is like the best, is like the strongest statement, and all sorts of idiocy from people, So it's, I don't know, flee like people did in 1930s. Maybe, like I say, it's really hard. Where do you go? But I mean, an apology for kids. Yeah. I mean, like I say, just like educate your kids as much as you can, give them all the options you can. Teach them right, and that's it. But well. George R. R. Martin's got beef with Preston. I don't think George R. R. Martin knows who I am. Come on. I don't think George has heard of the fanfic or cares about it. Four Weddings and a Funeral, Bronze Round Royce. Oh, that's right. I think he was the actor's name. Rupert Vansittart. Four Weddings and a Funeral. Wow, he is so young. Oh my God. You gonna see Bronzion Royce and Four Weddings and a Funeral? Amazing. Amazing. uh, uh, um, yeah, I still need to have my US visa interview and travel from Northern England to London. The process itself costs $500, and that's not even counting travel costs, which are for me at large. Yeah, I mean, it's like I say, like they will go through your social media. That's a new thing. That's a new law that they put in. But you'll do fine. It's not. I don't think there's anything to worry about in that sense. But yeah, it's $500. But yeah. Um, do you think U.S. could invade Mexico? No. So I will grant one thing to Americans right now is that look, Americans are really fucking dumb. However, they are currently they are still very, very anti-war. I mean, their own war. They don't care about other people's war. But the whole 20 years in Afghanistan and Iraq thing, people are not ready for another war. I mean, in fucking 10 years, I don't know. But like they are pooped. So something like invading Mexico, no. Like committing U.S. troops on the ground is something that currently Americans are just not willing to do after the debacle of Iraq and Afghanistan. So you could see like when how quickly like with Trump and his Iran bombings, how quickly that all of a sudden disappeared, right? Like even the Republicans were like, "What the fuck are we doing?" And all of a sudden Trump's like, "Oh no, everything's fine." And now Iran's back to making their nuclear weapons, and we won't hear about them for a while. You know, Israel tells us to drop some bombs. Like Trump thinks, oh, I better do whatever Israel says because Israel's popular, but he doesn't know what he's fucking talking about. He drops some bombs. We destroy nothing. Iran will keep making their nukes, and we won't do anything about it. It was a very negative reaction to the bombings in America. So if there's one thing, America is very shy, is very war shy at the moment. I'm not saying America won't get dumb. Okay. I was alive. I remember when Gulf War I and how gung-ho everybody was for Gulf War I and how gung-ho everybody was for Iraq II, Gulf War II. And how positive they were. Oh my God, we're gonna win this war in a few days, and they're gonna greet us as liberators. Like, so we will not be doing that. But Mexico's doing great these days. Mexico's doing great. You guys are surpassing us. I mean, maybe not with crime, but like politically, you guys have really turned a corner. Davos's final decision has me a bit bamboozled. Not gonna lie. I mean, it's built up. It's I mean, I think after the conversation with OSHA, and thinking about the others and such like that. I think he makes his decision on what he should do. It's obviously supposed to be a surprise, It's like it's supposed to be a bit shocking, but Davos does something, he does some action, Miss T in South Carolina 2007 coined the term US American. That's true. Statesman like Emirati. Statesman. Yeah, the weird thing about trying to make Latinx a thing. Yeah, I mean, there was another movement to do Latine, which makes a little more sense. Yeah. Oh shit, Preston speaks Spanish. I mean, I do live in the Dominican Republic. I like to say I actually speak what I call stupid. I speak idiot Spanish, stupid Spanish. I can communicate with anyone, and I can communicate all my ideas. I can understand everything that people are communicating back to me, but I sound like an absolute utter moron while doing it. I am getting every conjugation wrong. I am putting things in the present tense that should be in the past pluperfect or whatever. It doesn't, like, I sound like a fucking moron, but I'm communicating. Like, I can get everything I want. I don't need to worry about it. But yeah, but yeah, it's the same with my Chinese. I speak idiot Chinese as well. I can communicate everything and get by. I just sound like an idiot. But Gran Colombia. Yeah, they originally wanted Gran Colombia to be the entire fucking South American continent. The Bolivar, what with the other guy, San Jose, the guy that liberated Argentina, San Jose, something or other, I forgot it. But yeah, they wanted eventually to be one big country, but of course it never came together. Oh, that's interesting. The Brazil used to be the United States of Brazil. I didn't know that. I just finished Hocus Pocus, 1990, Kurt Vonnegut. Oh, at first I was like, oh, you just finished that movie with Sarah Jessica Parker and Bette Midler. Accurate on the U.S. far-right freefall. Favorite moment, a Tucker Carlson analog gets eviscerated argumentatively. Way too real to be funny. Yeah, no, I mean, Kurt Vonnegut was it's funny that I somehow have become Kurt Vonnegut. He was also kind of, I mean, it's the same about like, I would say, George Carlin as well. Like he didn't see anything going anywhere good. He had no like optimism about it. Maybe I've become like them. But I saw Kurt Vonnegut speak when he was old, like when he was doing Timequake, he was advertising Timequake, like really late in his career. And of course, he was not as sharp. He wasn't that sharp. He wasn't as sharp as he used to be. He definitely thought himself more clever than he was in his old age. But he was. It was still nice to see him. But yeah, you could tell he's just he didn't have any kind of positive beliefs about the future. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, what to do. Maybe the next generation will be completely, they'll figure out this internet thing, but probably not. Gwangju, South Korea, 90% left wing. I mean, Washington, D.C. is 90% left wing. I mean, the elections in Washington, D.C. are 90% Democrat, but you get these like very specific like city city situation. Um, oh, I mean, Egypt definitely wasted their chance on improving, but but is Israel fucked because of U.S. Israel related policies? I no, I would not. I would not. I would not really say that. Um, I mean, you could maybe like make arguments about like the history of the Muslim Brotherhood and things like that, and its strength, but that's not really accurate. I mean, because even if you go outside of the Muslim Brotherhood, you've got the Salafi movement, which is much more salient right now, um, gets to the same place as the Muslim Brotherhood movement, and it doesn't really have anything to do with Israel. I mean, the problem with Egypt is, I mean, this is generally the problem in the Middle East. Okay, is that you have so Nasser had set up a fairly secular kind of idea in the Middle East that you could have this like secular states. Um, and this was abused by a lot of strong men over a long period of time. And these strong men kind of said, well, we've got these religious groups. We've got the religious crazies. Let's pacify them because all they want to do is control the Department of Education. All they want to, we'll give them the fucking Department of Education. Fine. We've got all the money and we've got everything else. But the thing is, Department of Education, and then they raise an entire generation of religious thinkers, and they become more and more religious. And they always pacify them. And so then it got to the point where, like, after the Arab Spring, where you kind of say, okay, well, let's try to have democracy. Well, the problem is that political parties take a long time to foster. Like, it's not as easy as Elon Musk thinking I can just start a political party. You got to remember, they've got like grassroots support, offices. They understand about like door knocking and ballots and convincing people and polling people on what issues are important to them locally and how to get into different places. Like, political parties are insane bureaucratic instruments, and you can't just invent a political party and have it succeed. And so this was the problem when you're talking about like democracy in Egypt, is like, yeah, well, the problem is the only ones that are really organized are the people that are centered around mosques, where that organization is like built in. The religious groups are the ones that have that kind of stuff built in. The Muslim Brotherhood had that built in. The Salafis have that built in. While all the other political groups, the secularists, like they're like broken up and fragmented and splintered. And so, and they don't know how to get out the vote. They don't know about like, busing and door knocking and all this shit that goes into political parties. And so when the elections happened, yeah, obviously the Muslim Brotherhood like wins because they're the only ones that are organized. Even if a majority of the country didn't like them, they were organized. And so Muslim Brotherhood won, and they were incredibly unpopular. And so then the coup happened, and everybody's like, yay, back to military rule. And that's it, So had there been more time, like had they said like, okay, let's have an election, in 5 years or something, rather than Mubarak, like honestly, in my opinion, if Mubarak, like had they not immediately demanded that Mubarak step down, or they allowed SCAF, which was the governing body in between, for the 1 year between Mubarak and the Muslim Brotherhood, had they allowed more time for political parties to grow and foster and put off elections, like you might have had better success. But unfortunately, that didn't happen. But the truth is, Israel has very little to do with Egypt. And this is one of these things, this myth that like Israel has to do with the Middle East. Like the Middle East, for the most part, like doesn't fucking care about Israel. Like Palestinians care about Israel. It affects Jordan quite a bit because of refugees. It affects Lebanon because of Hezbollah. But once you get out of that, people do not care. They do not care. Israel does not affect their lives. You know, it's just. So I mean, I don't know. I don't think Egypt's success or failure has much to do with Israel anymore. I don't subscribe to your outbreeding the left theory, considering how many liberals and leftists have conservative parents. I don't think it applies to America. I don't think that like in America, liberals and conservatives have a noticeably different breeding pattern. But specifically with Israel, it is the case. You can look at it demographically, like, you know, the Hasidics going from 7% of the population to like 16% of the population and in a period of 20 years and things like that. It's the birth rate in Israel is off the fucking charts. Like it is insane. When you look at other developing countries, like, or developed countries, right? So the United States' birth rate is 1.7, I think, 1.66. Okay. The United States' birth rate is 1.66. South Korea is 0.8. Taiwan is 0.8. You know, Japan is about 1. Okay. Israel's birth rate is 2.8. 2.8. For a developed country. And when you break it down, it's like, well, actually, when you look at like Tel Aviv is like 1, but like these religious group people have like 5 kids apiece. So no, I mean, I don't think it applies to America specifically. I think there's other things that are affecting America with regards to liberal and conservative thought. But I don't. I was talking specifically the Middle East at large, because I would say it applies to Israel, but it applies to the other Middle Eastern states as well. Yeah. Will MAGA survive Trump's death? Some form of it. Not MAGA specifically, and they may even have a period of 8 years where they don't get the presidency, but they will survive because the stupidity of right-wing America is pretty consistent. Like, right? It's not like hate, like blind hatred of immigrants and weird like obsessive love of guns has like was invented by Trump. Like, you know, like that stuff's been around my whole life. It's just growing in a weird thing. And like tax cuts for the rich. Do you think Trump invented any of that? Like none of this was invented by Trump. You can go back. Newt Gingrich was pulling the whole like anti-immigrant stuff, like way back in the 90s. The tax cuts for the rich all the time, like no matter what, while spending massively is like Bush era shit. Like they just always go tax cuts for the rich. The new thing about MAGA that is the corruption. Like we've never had politicians in America, or at least in the last 100 years, like use government resources for private gains so blatantly as Trump. And I don't know necessarily if anyone past Trump will get away with it, but what Trump's done is really proven that hatred of immigrants is a fucking winner at the ballot box, and that people just don't fucking care about other shit, and that they will forget stuff. They will forget issues after a week, you know, and that you can just lie and never apologize. So Yeah. Oh, have I ever been to South Korea? I have been to South Korea, but keep in mind it was about 25 years ago, and people have told me I've heard that South Korea has changed significantly in the past 25 years. So like when I was there, I would have said South Korea, it's a very conservative, racist, sexist, like um, uh, country, and people have kind of told me that like the new generation is the next generation, like the young generation is very, very different now. Um, and that yes, that older generation is that way, but like that the new generation is very, very different. So I don't know. Does Preston use the word poppy when speaking in Spanish in the DR? I don't. And look, don't get me wrong. The word poppy is really weird to me because I don't understand it. Like I've asked Dominicans and different people about it, and I'm like, is it dirty? And they're like, not really. It's like, hey, poppy, and like our helper like has taught my younger son to say bye bye poppy, adios poppy. Um, it's weird, but like yeah, I don't know. But I'm like poppy, that's weird. Like weird to be like, "Hi, poppy," and they're like, "Oh, it doesn't mean anything." It's like saying baby. Like, what does baby mean depending on the context, you know? So it's yeah. So there's weird things. Dominican Spanish is weirder than you think, man. There's so many words here that are just different than the rest of Latin America. I mean, like every day I run into something where I'm just like, "What is that?" And they're like, "That's just what we say here." Oh, like you know their word for banana? It's guineo. It's guineo. It's not platano. It's not banana. It's guineo. It's and then you got to learn the difference between a Guineo Moderno and a Guineo Verde, and like, and it's not just an unripe one and a ripe one. Like your Guineo Verdes are never gonna fucking ripen. They never stop being green. And they're they have you know Platino Maduros and Platino Verdes. Um, well, that's what I'm saying. Like I'm saying the Muslim Brotherhood has nothing to do with Israel. It's kind of like the same. Not anymore. Like the genesis of the Muslim Brotherhood was very linked to it, but the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt had like today has very little to do with like nothing. It has nothing to do with Israel anymore. Like there's no link. It's just that the organization, and in fact, the organization was banned again. But like, if it comes back, it's like it's just not an issue. Israel's not an issue that Egyptians talk about. It's just like not. It's not on their radar. It is. It is so down the list of things they fucking care about. Um, like they care more about football and like whether the police crack down on a football riot too hard. Like that is a much bigger issue to an Egyptian than Israel. Like it's just not something they care about. Like I understand that you've learned your history and stuff, and it's just, but it just doesn't apply. It's just like you can go there and you can talk to Muslim Brotherhood people today or talk to people in Egypt today, and they just don't care, and they don't think about Israel, and they don't care about it. You know, because like they're done. They made their peace, and they got Sinai back. They got rid of Gaza, and they made their clean break. And the Egyptian government has a very good relationship with the Israeli government, for better or worse. But like the Egyptian people do not fucking care. Like they have washed their hands of that situation. But it's like to compare it to Hamas, no. Like what are you fucking talking about? Like how can you even say that? Like Israel isn't occupying any part of Egypt. Like how can it be like saying it's like Hamas? Like the Muslim Brotherhood hasn't committed a terrorist attack against Egypt, against Israel in decades. Like, how is it like Hamas at all? Like, it's a completely different fucking situation. It's you know, it's really fucking weird, man. Like, doesn't have anything to do with it. Oh, now I'm getting it. Okay, now I get it. You're crazy. Okay, now I get it. You're fucking crazy. The Arab Spring was 100% a U.S. Israel intel operation to ignite revolts and second government. Now you're crazy. I for a minute I thought you were normal, and now okay, now I've got it. You're fucking insane. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I was wasted. I apologize to everybody else that I was like splitting hairs about things in Middle East politics and history. I was accidentally talking to an insane person, and I apologize to everyone that I was wasting everyone's time by talking to an insane person. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh geez. I apologize, everybody. I'm so sorry. Um, Hey, Preston, I just wanted to congratulate you and everyone that helped with the last fanfic chapter. In my opinion, even if George manages to finish The Winds of Winter, it'll never be as well thought out and detailed as this. He doesn't care as much as the fandom. Well, thank you. Thank you. I'm not as confident as you. Maybe on the detail thing, I think there's no way that George would bother bringing back like every fucking thing that like we are obsessed with bringing back. In the fandom, because we fandom people we're all insane, and I'm insane, and the other editors are insane. Like we're constantly bringing shit back. I don't think George would be as focused at bringing stuff back. But you know, George is a really fucking great writer. He's a really fucking great writer, and you know, it's really hard to. I can say that like I do think that the writing we've produced is excellent. And I think it's better than nearly all books out there. Like I do think it's really excellent. I don't know if it's better than George. Like George is really fucking good. But I thank you. I thank you for the compliment. It makes me feel good. But Phantom Tortoise has made an appearance in the fanfic. They are the universal message relay system for all of Essos or just Karth. Oh man, we'll have to bring this back. I mean, the with regards to Karth, I thought we would have already done Danny 2 at this point, but it's like it's so hard to think about what I want to do with Quaithe that I've kind of like put it off. But yeah, I mean, what Chaos Card is talking about is like one of Quaithe's things that she says about Karth, where she's talking about like the glass candles are burning and such, and ghost grass is appearing, and she talks about phantom tortoises carrying messages between windowless houses of the warlocks. So man, those phantom tortoises. Yeah, I mean, I think the phantom tortoise will probably make an appearance now that you've like brought it up. But are phantom tortoises just ravens? Fucking phantom tortoise. We don't have any ravens left. Send a phantom tortoise. Oh man. Okay. No one really cared about immigrants through in the 90s or 2000s. I mean, they did. The thing is, it was a Republican issue. Like Reagan gave amnesty to people, and then Huckabee and was really anti-immigrant when he ran for president, and so was Newt Gingrich. And then you're right that kind of like Bush ran on a pro-immigrant kind of platform, because his idea was that we want to bring like Hispanics into the Republican Party. So he was incredible. Trump Bush was different in that he was very pro-immigrant, um, and then it kind of came back. So there's always been this element. There's always been this element in America, but um, it's whether or not certain politicians were pandering to it, I guess, you know. Um, oh, wow, thank you. Introducing the Skagos plot and seemingly wrapping it up in one chapter is straight masterful. Lynn needs to get moving, and that chapter cut no corners while seriously moving the plot. Yeah, that was the hope. I actually even wanted it to be shorter. You know, I thought it was too long, but yeah, like get in and out of Skagos. There was a lot of stuff that, like, you know, had to make the cutting room floor. Like, there's no Rickon. Like, Rickon is hardly in that fucking chapter. There's hardly any Wex. There's no Wex. There's no uh Robert Glover, you know, like you get in and out. Like, the explanation on like how they find Rickon and how quickly uh OSHA is just like, okay, fine, let's go, is kind of glossed over. Like, there's a lot that's just kind of glossed over, but it just had to be like, oh fuck, like if I explain this, it's gonna be fucking 3,000 more words. Like, so um if a Dominican woman calls me Poppy, I'm taking it dirty. Yeah, it's true. Uh, 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 uh. How do I think of fair at understanding Argentinian Spanish? I don't think it's that bad. Obviously, they do the Playa de Mayo kind of thing, but it's slower and things like that. Um, I would say to my ears, Dominican is one of the hardest Spanishes because they tend to mumble and they have a lot of slang. I really have a tough time with Venezuelans because they're so fucking fast. They're so fucking fast. Probably the easiest Spanish to my ear is Costa Rican Spanish is really slow and nice. Mexican Spanish is pretty good. You know, it's pretty easy. But it's so funny. Some days I'm just like, I know no Spanish at all. I'm feeling so bad about myself. And then there's a couple of Mexican American guys on this campus on where I live, and I'll hear them talk, and I'll be like, I understood that completely. Like, thank you. So, you know, love these Platanos plantain. Depends on the country, motherfucker. Depends on the country. Platano is banana in some countries, and platano is plantain in others. So it depends what country you're in. So it depends on what country you're in, whether banana is banana, platano, or guineo. Depends on the country. Um, Depressed and free his helper from freedom. No, I mean, you know, I have a helper, like a maid, like who sometimes, like, you know, takes kid to daycare or something. You know, it's very cheap here. So it sounds really weird. Like, when you live in a different country, when you live in a poor country and you have a maid, people are like, you have a maid, and you're like, oh my god, like it's different. It's not like in America where maids are super expensive. Um, George won't remember. He thinks Danny and Daenerys are different characters. That is funny. That is funny. Yeah, waking up in Europe. PJ's still alive. Yeah, I should definitely go to bed soon. Um, oh, hey Preston, with the fanfic, do you plan on ending the story with wins or continuing into dream? Love the content. Um, I would love it if I could end it with wins, but no, I don't think I could. I don't think I could close the story up that fast. So, generally speaking, the plan is to get everyone back in Westeros at the end of the story. Like, that is the goal. Like get everyone south of the wall and get everyone back in Westeros. So like I'm talking Arya back, Dany back, Quentin back, Vic back, like like Bran south of the wall, everybody. And also they will have a destination. Their destination will be Harrenhal. Like have all of the characters have a mindset of like, I gotta go to fucking Harrenhal. Or at least a lot of the characters to have, maybe Dany wouldn't necessarily need that, but like have the rest of the characters have a mindset or motivation to go to Harrenhal. To get him to the God's Eye. And then the idea would be the last book would be that. But of course, like I have a lot of stress. I mean, you kind of understand like the stress of George, like the fanfic's going slow. It's going really slow. Like even if you finish like the Winds of Winter in like 5 years, like still got a Dream of Spring. Like, oh my God, like holy shit. Like the commitment to this. So let's just focus on trying to get, let's just try to get the Winds of Winter. Get everybody back in Westeros at the end of the Winds of Winter. Oh, I'm nervous, but I'm super unconfident. I've done 2 years at UK university, but here we have a perception of Americans being super forthcoming and confident, and it intimidates me, to be honest. We're a mixed bag. I mean, honestly, I understand that like a lot of Americans you meet are loud windbags, and so you kind of get this idea that we're confident. But a lot of that being a loud windbag is insecurity. We Americans do a lot of small talk. The hope is that the small talk leads to deeper talk. But you don't really have to worry about it too much. You'll like I say, man, you're going to be walking around with this accent, and it's an accent that we have been taught from a young age is an accent of sophistication and worldliness and sexiness and all this sorts of things. Like you don't have to worry about it. You will gain a bunch of confidence. Now, this is the other weird thing though. When I talk to Europeans about their fetishes, because Americans have our general standard fetishes. Okay, we think French accents and Italian accents and Spanish accents are sexy. We tend not to think German accents or Eastern European accents or we're fine with Scandinavian accents, but we like British accents, we like French accents, we like Italian accents. That's just kind of the stereotype. Like we think of those as being sexy. Other things are not necessarily sexy. But when I talk to different people from different countries, it's amazing. Like when I'm in Scandinavia, like I was in Finland, and like all the Finnish guys were like, oh my God, no, we love Russians. We love Russian accent. We love the way Russians dress. I'm like, really? Like the fur and like the leopard prints? And they're like, oh my God, yes. And I was like, okay, man, different strokes for different folks. I've talked to so many Brits who are like, oh my God, there's nothing sexier than like a Southern girl accent. And I'm like, really? I'm like, oh, well, man, like the Texan girl accent. Oh my God. I'm like, oh my God, like the hook tog like accent, like fuck, like we Americans do not have the same sort of like love for the Southern accent that some Europeans have. Like Europeans are like, oh my God, the Southern girl accent is like incredible. I'd be like, okay, man, if you like that, if you like a little, if you got a fetish for redneck, it's all fine. But like you'll be in Tennessee, so I guess you'll be around what like a lot of Brits think is super sexy. But yeah, different strokes for different folks. But yeah, Americans tend not to think other American accents are very attractive. It's kind of a weird thing. It's not like, people are like, oh, what a great California accent. No, we don't like it. No one thinks the New York accent's great or the Boston accent's great, or certainly not my Baltimore accent. Hey, hon, let's get in the Red Devils game, hon. Yeah. Like, it just doesn't, like, it's a weird thing. But no, They'll love the UK. They'll love they'll love the British accent, man. Um, da, da, da. I'll explain the dark stone in the tunnel. I'll talk about I'll talk about the Davos stuff. There's a lot of thought into what Davos was doing um, beneath the earth and things like that. Um, um, I'll talk about this, like why the Magnar and why introduce characters and when I mean we get a lot of OSHA. I mean, there's a lot of OSHA in there, but um, I was thinking about moving around where the chapters. This is did swap the fanfic chapters. Davos appears before Asha now. This will move around, but I might move Davos later and move Mercy between Theon and Asha. The idea is just that you want space in between Theon and Asha because like you need that. You need, like Asha takes place days later. You don't just want it like the next fucking chapter after Theon. So I needed some chapter to go between. And it's like it could put Mercy. I put Davos, but I think I might have actually want to move Davos later because if you have Davos there, you get the impression that all of these forces like unicorns and stuff could be used by Stannis in the Asha chapter, and you don't want that impression. So I think I might actually move Mercy between and then move Davos later, but okay, getting to the end. Thank goodness we are at the end. All accents are sexy. Well, I mean, it's hard to say. I don't know if I'd call like a Alabama accent, or anything like that. Oh yeah, Americans cannot tell the difference between British accents. We do not know. And I understand that, like, even if you're like, oh, but like an Essex accent versus like, no, we don't. They do not know. They just kind of vaguely know that you're British. Like, they do not know. I'll give you Baltimore the one non-sexy accent. I enunciate water. That's good. That'll get you laid. We in America, we transition T's to D's. So we always say water. But yeah, if you say water or wa, a lot of Brits also say the glottal stop it. They go wa, better. I did it better than you. We always, like an American will always take that T, transition it to D. Better. You know what's a really interesting thing about language wise? So when you look at the number of languages, I'm not talking like the number of speakers, but the number of distinct languages, the number of distinct dialects that are like known and cataloged in the world, very few use the hard R in the back of the throat. The two exceptions, and these are two major exceptions, Beijing accent Mandarin and American English, like two of the most like widely pushed out languages. Like when you think of like entertainment and media and number of speakers and what's taught in schools, like Beijing Mandarin and American English with the strong R, but yeah, what a Midwestern accent is not. Or, it depends which not sexy. There's a lot of unsexy Midwestern accents. There's the unsexy Minnesota in the nose. And then you've got your unsexy Wisconsin accent. And then you've got your unsexy Chicago accent. Oh my God, they're all so unsexy in different ways. I had a British friend whose girlfriend was visiting from London to San Francisco. She was very appreciative when I told her I like her partner for himself. Accent her no. That's why Preston is using the hard R. I mean, we Americans, we use the hard R. R. Oh, right. That's usually the way the difference between Aussies and British. Yeah, the Aussies do the T transition to D, but they have the weak R. So like an Aussie might be like better. I can do that better than you. Better. A Brit will say better. So they'll have the weak R, but the enunciated T or a glottal stop, better. While the American will do the transition and the strong R. So we are R. But yeah, that's kind of the basic thing. When I say the difference between like the British, the Aussie, and the American. Better, and better, you know. But what you gonna do? American accent are fucking horrible accent. What you gonna do? Anyway, thank you guys for being with me. 4 hours here, man. 4 hours. I will see you guys next time. Thanks for being with me. Thanks for all the positive feedback on fucking Davos. It makes me feel really good. You know, also all the fucking good positive feedback on the Dreams of Ghosts and Indians, man. Love it. Anyway, I will talk to you guys soon. I'll see you next week. Bye.